Well, good morning, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started here in just a moment. My name is Doug Jenkins with the Findlay-Hancock County Chamber of Commerce. I'll be serving as your MC for today's festivities. We do want to thank our sponsors for presenting today's Information Assurance Forum, and they include Centricom, SG Tech, GS Wiring, LJ Wagner Cyber Consulting, and J. Steve Welton, the Hancock County Treasurer. Remember, on feedback, please complete the evaluation form. You can either do the paper version at your seats, or you can fill it out online and return those paper forms in the envelopes at the doors at the conclusion of today or at the conclusion of any of the sessions that you're in. Charging stations are in the back for laptops and cell phones. It's good to know because my laptop's about dead. Also, for Wi-Fi information, you can just hop on the U Findlay guest network without any problem. There's no password needed there. Lunch tickets. If you're not going to be using your lunch ticket, make sure you let Riki know at the registration desk. She'll be out there for a little bit to give you the information on that. And restrooms, most importantly, are right across the hall. At the end of each session, University of Findlay students who need vouchers, you can get those at the east door at the end of each session. And then as we finish each session, remember that you have students who need the attendance voucher for their instructor, for attendance verification, or extra credit. You can pick those up at the back of the auditorium near the upstairs or downstairs south doors. And then we'll have details on upcoming sessions beyond that. So with that said, we'll go ahead and get started on today's agenda. Welcome and get updates from CSCI as well as the TIC Committee and the Center for Electronic Data Education and Information Assurance.
Thank you, Doug, for getting us started. So I just wanted to give you a brief update on where we are. CEDIA is our Center for Electronic Data Education and Information Assurance. As you got your lanyard when you came in, you may notice you have a little CEDIA tag attached to your lanyard. This is our Center for Outreach. It's the way that we contribute to the community. Part of being a center of academic excellence is making sure that we're doing outreach with the community. So this event annually and some of the other activities that we do are all part of that. So we wanted to give you CEDIA to take with you so you could remember. And we have a presence on our website, and we'll have more information coming there and being updated in the coming months and this academic year. We are a center of academic excellence in cybersecurity, and that is something that the National Security Agency and the National Centers of Academic Excellence in Cyber Defense Education is actually the one that runs this program, but the National Security Agency and the Department of Homeland Security help give us that designation. And so we got our undergraduate program validated and we became a Center of Academic Excellence. And part of that is the expectation that we will contribute to the community. We achieved that back in the spring of 2022, and so we're in our first full year of being able to apply for all of the benefits that come to it. And it turns out that we can offer lots of opportunities to our students, virtual career fairs in cybersecurity, some capture the flag opportunities, scholarships hopefully in the future. So lots of good opportunities come from that. So we're very excited about being a Center of Academic Excellence. And you can kind of see some of this information here explains some of that. And if anybody has an interest in knowing more about it, I'd be happy to talk with them. We are also a part of the Northwest Ohio Cyber Collaborative Regional Programming Center for the Ohio Cyber Range. And we have a nice poster about the Cyber Range there at the back. And that, again, gives us opportunities to let our students participate in activities and train on the Ohio Cyber Range, which is a really great resource for the state. And again, hopefully you will hear more. It's Tiffin University, Centricom, Findlay City Schools, and the University of Findlay. And it's an unusual collaboration because most of the regional programming centers are one specific entity, typically just one higher education institution. So we've got 2 higher ed, 1 K-12, and a business partner. So we are working together, and hopefully we'll be able to offer different and unique opportunities from there. So the big part that I want to do is give our IA certificate recipients some recognition. And I walked up here to the stage without the certificates, so I'll get your certificates afterwards. But I want to call to the stage our 4 recipients. I think I have at least 3 of them here today. Looks like I have some past recipients too, out in the audience. Come on up, Stephen. Stephen Albert graduated in the spring. Stephen Albert graduated in the spring. He is currently working for JP Morgan Chase as a software developer. He was very busy while he was here. He was a Choose Ohio First Scholar. He participated in hackathons and programming competitions and a variety of different things. He presented here at the IA Forum last year, right? Last year. You're here to get the certificate, so last year. Congratulations to Stephen. Okay, you want to stay here a minute? All right. We also, he's going, no, not really, I don't want to stand here. Andrew Bryson, did Andrew make it here this morning? No, I don't see Andrew. Okay, Andrew Bryson is another one of our spring graduates, and I believe he is working, and do you know I don't know the company that he's working at, but I believe he's working, so he's not able to be here with us today, but we will send his certificate to him in the mail. Jacob Sanders, come on up. I saw Jacob. There's Jacob. Come on up, Jacob. Jacob is also a spring graduate and a presenter at last year's IA Forum, and he is now working for Centricom, one of our sponsors this year. So lots of good support all around, and so he is here also to get his certificate. And Sean Pallon, yes, come on up, Sean. Sean is also a presenter at last year's IA Forum. He is anticipating his graduation. He finished his certificate early, and so he will be graduating in the spring and hopefully moving back to Michigan and starting a position with United Wholesale Mortgage, right? Where he has done internships before. So all of these young men have been very, very successful and active in their educational careers, and it looks like they're on a good start to their future careers as well. So let's give them all one more hand of applause. And I will get them their certificates after we get off the stage. All right, thank you. And you got a picture of them all together? Perfect, thank you. All right. I think you've gotten the housekeeping notes, so I won't worry about belaboring that, you Finley guests. There is a charging station at the back of the room if you need to charge your laptops or cell phones, get some power outlets and so on. So with that, I think we're ready for the student presentations for this year. All right.
All right, it is time for our capstone presentations, and we have 4 presenters today coming to the stage to talk about data, the backbone of emerging technologies. Focusing on big data will be Ashton Moore, quantum computing, Ori Williams, on military applications, Keith Depker, and on blockchain and crypto, Curtis Rios, if you want to come up now.
All right, well, welcome everybody to the 22nd Annual Information Assurance Forum. I'm glad, and we're all glad that you're able to make it out today. And thank you to all the sponsors for the support, too. Without you guys, this would not be possible. Today, we're going to be talking to you guys about electronic data and how it is the backbone of emerging technologies in the 4th Industrial Revolution. My name is Ashton Moore. I'm joined with Ori, Keith, and Curtis as well, classmates all graduating this year. So to give a little bit of background information again, the theme of this year's IA Forum is exploring AI in the 4th Industrial Revolution. So McKinsey & Company, which is an international consulting firm, defines the 4th Industrial Revolution as the next phase in the digitization of the manufacturing sector driven by disruptive trends including the rise of data, connectivity, analytics, human-machine interaction, and improvements in robotics. So to kind of give you guys a little bit of a roadmap on what we're going to be presenting today, I will first be presenting on big data. Ori will then talk about quantum computing. Keith will then go into next-gen military, and then Curtis will finish up with blockchain and crypto. So if electronic data is the backbone between all these 4th Industrial Revolution emerging technologies, it's kind of important that we define what data is. So data is raw, unanalyzed, unorganized, unrelated, uninterrupted material which is used to derive information after analyzation. And then essentially data is plain facts, observations, statistics, characters, symbols, images, numbers, and more that are collected and can be used for analysis. So if we look at this little graphic here, you'll notice that data being at the top, as you saw in the first definition, there's a lot of prefixes of UN, so not analyzed, not organized, not related. So in its raw form, data really isn't all too much helpful. Well, when we actually organize it, when we relate it, it becomes information. And from that information, we can actually get knowledge or wisdom from that, and then that allows us, especially businesses, to make better business decisions. So that's why it's important. It kind of starts as data, goes into information, and leads to knowledge. So then what is big data? Well, according to Oracle, big data is data that contains greater variety, arriving in increased volumes and with more velocity. So essentially, it's just large and complex data sets that cannot be easily managed or analyzed using traditional computing methods today. So again, if we kind of go back to that same graphic, again, big data is just a lot larger data set with data, and then again, we can derive more information, which then leads to more accurate knowledge or more accurate wisdom on how we can then apply that. So what are some characteristics of big data? Well, you maybe have heard of the 3 V's, which would be volume, velocity, and variety. Depending on the source that you look at, you can get those 3, you can get these 5 that I've provided today with veracity and value. And some even have more than that, 7 to 8 as well. But these 5 are sufficient for today. So first off, we'll start with volume. So this is enormous amounts of data generated daily. So this is kind of focused more on your size. Velocity is then data produced and collected at high speed. So this is your speed. Variety is data coming in various forms. So this could be structured, semi-structured, or unstructured data. So this is more of your type. And then veracity is your quality and reliability of the data and how it can vary. So again, quality. And then value, which is extracting insights and value, which is ultimately the goal, right? We want to be able to get value from the data, as we mentioned before, with that knowledge or wisdom piece at the end. So what are some sources in today's modern society of data, or big data? So we have social media, so tweets, posts, comments, interactions, reactions. I mean, most of us in this room probably have at least one form of social media, and again, multiply that by worldwide, that is a lot of data every single day, every single second being generated. We have IoT devices like sensors, wearables, smart appliances. So think sensors more in the manufacturing industry, right? When is something broken, or there's an alert, and then you see a little alarm going off. Or think marathon, we're in Findlay, so they have refineries, sensors telling them flow rates, that kind of stuff. Wearables, so a lot of people now have smartwatches. I remember being in high school and that was a new thing, and that was just 3, 4, 5 years ago. So now it's more commonplace, again, all contributing to this massive amounts of data. And then smart appliances, so you have smart home appliances, and even like your HVAC systems nowadays in modern homes are ran on smart devices, all of which are data. So we also have web data, so website logs, clickstream data, analytics, user behavior. So again, this is something like if you're on a website, you want to see retention rates, how long is someone staying on a certain part, that kind of stuff. It's all data collected. Multimedia, so images, videos, and audio. So images and videos, if you're not aware, take up a lot of space, so it goes back to that volume piece. So if you have a lot of images and a lot of videos, your volume is going to be really large, and again, all data, but how do you store that data, especially if it's a lot? Then you have business transactions. So this is like your business side of things, so sales records, financial data, customer interactions, just common data that most businesses do collect. So why does this all matter? Well, with big data, you can have better decision making, so it helps drive data-driven decisions. So Amazon actually claims that they make most of their decisions based on data, so hard facts, so we're looking at quantitative values, not just qualitative. So you can really drive data decision making in your business, and it can help take you on that slope towards better innovation. And then we have innovation. So a lot of companies nowadays are using data to drive innovation, so either new products, how can, again, they retain customers better. We see a lot of software as a service companies popping up now with larger public data sets being available. We have competitive advantage is another thing, which is providing, again, as a business, if you're using data as company A and company B is not, as company A, you're more likely to make those better data-driven decisions, which then can put you ahead of your competition, ultimately making you more profitable or more prominent in the marketplace. We also have customer insights, so this goes back to those web analytics. How long is somebody looking at an image on my website? What content are they best, what's keeping them interacted? How can I bring them back and reduce churn? Because then ultimately that's going to be coming back into your pocket if you can keep them on your sites longer, or you can know more about them. So then again, make better business decisions to market to them better. And then you also have predictive analytics. So this can enable you to see forecasting and trend analysis, which ultimately leads to less risk overall, Because again, if you can, if you have better customer insights, you're making better decisions, you're being more innovative, you can actually look with forecasting on what you want to go forward with and see how risky something is going to be, and ultimately that leads to less dollars going out if you can make better, more inclined decisions with less probability of failure. So what are some challenges with big data? Well, as mentioned earlier with volume, storage can be a very difficult thing. So if you have a lot of volumes of data, it's going to cost you a lot, especially now that companies are starting to go more cloud-based. If you get locked in early and they keep increasing their prices on you, you're kind of stuck with this large bill for storing all this data. Processing is another costly endeavor because it's really hard to analyze and do it efficiently on like very large data sets, as you'll see earlier in some companies that are using them, how much data big data actually is. Privacy and security is another big one. I mean, this is an information assurance forum, so I'm going to plug security here a little bit. So how do you protect this information that you're storing, especially a lot of it? So you have things like health data, financial data, personally identifiable information. How do we protect that? So there's a security term known as the CIA triad, stands for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So people with confidentiality, people with access, or people who have access should be the only ones that have access to that. No one else outside of that should. Integrity is essentially saying that the data is not modified or altered without the consent of a person that has the qualifications to do so. And then availability is making sure that that data is available to those that need or have access to that data. So again, how do you, safely store this information from getting compromised? Another challenge would be rapid tech changes. So how do you keep up with rapid changes in technology? So Moore's law says that every 18 months or so, we're on a curve here that technology is almost doubling. So when we think about that, if we implement these changes today, in 18 months, it's going to be looking significantly different. So how do you keep up with those changes in today's modern workplace? Quality, so just also ensuring that the data is accurate and reliable. So again, kind of goes back to the integrity section of the CIA triad, making sure that data is not being altered or changed without the consent of actually wanting to do so. And then talent, so there is a shortage of skilled data professionals out there that can architecture these kind of models. And that's actually why the University of Findlay has an applied security and analytics graduate degree. So it's really applying or trying to help output professionals into the marketplace that can securely and on the data side as well, kind of link those together to then provide the marketplace with more professionals in this area. So what are some technologies? So we have Hadoop, which is a distributed storage and processing framework. So again, just more like guidelines. Spark is a fast and versatile processing engine. Goes back to the processing being a difficulty. You have NoSQL database management systems. So this handles unstructured data like data lakes. Again, this would be like your social media type of data that's generated. There's really no heavy structure to it. You have machine learning, so this is used for predictive analysis and essentially is the automation of data analysis. And then you have data warehousing, which is kind of the opposite of the NoSQL database management systems. It's just the centralized storage of structured data. So what are some use cases? Well, in healthcare, we have personalized medicine and patient care now. It's starting to be rolled out a lot in healthcare. You have e-commerce recommender systems and customer analytics. Finance industry, there's fraud detection, risk assessment, and compliance. Compliance is huge in finance. Manufacturing, you have predictive maintenance, as I mentioned earlier, with quality control. So again, if a belt is going to break after, say, 20,000 revolutions, then when you can order a new belt if you can predict when that's going to happen. Smart cities, you have traffic management, resource optimization. For product development, you have predictive demand for new product ideas. Customer experience, you can personalize offers, you can reduce churn on your products, you can automate issues and common workflows, which helps really optimize your workflow as an employee. And then you have just overall operational efficiency, so you can really help improve, again, your decision making and foster a proactive approach versus a reactive approach. And especially for the business people in the room, this isn't just for security or data, proactive versus reactive. So let's use ransomware for an example. So if you're going to be reactive and say, I'll wait to put any security controls in until after I get hit with ransomware, well then a lot of money is going to be lost. But if you're being proactive, you'll be able to put controls in place that'll help mitigate the chances of that happening in general. Could it still happen? Yes, but overall you'll actually find that you'll be spending less money by having a proactive approach to things, and you'll be better prepared and have things in place. So not just for security, but in general, start to think in your business, how can I be more proactive instead of reactive in the marketplace? I think you'll start to find that things will start to change in a very positive manner. So what are some points of inaction here? So Netflix, they actually have a content recommendation system. So they use machine learning algorithms to personalize content for the viewer, and they analyze viewer history, user ratings, viewing habits, those kind of things to show what you would want to see. And it has raised customer satisfaction on their platform exponentially in the last several years. And according to them, 75% of their current viewer activity is from the system. So again, it's really optimized their workflow and it's kept people coming back to their system or their software instead of others. So we also have Walmart. So they analyze sales data, weather patterns, historical trends, and they can adjust their stock times in real time. And then with that, they can minimize overstock and understock happening in their stores, and it's essentially just predictive analytics. And then just as a fun fact, they actually collect 2.5 petabytes of data every hour. So for perspective, that's 2.5 million gigabytes. So just think, when we say big data, we mean really big data. There's a lot of data here. And again, how do you go through that much data? How do you store it? How do you analyze it? How do you process it to have value behind it? So next here, don't know why this isn't working anymore. I think it's Airbnb. Ronaldo, can you hit the next slide for me, please? Thanks. So Uber has dynamic pricing, so they use machine learning algorithms to implement dynamic pricing during peak demand periods. So basically, their algorithms consider factors such as traffic, weather, supply, you name it, and then their ride fares are adjusted in real time. So this maximizes Uber's revenue, but at the same time keeps rides available for everybody. And this is more largely focused in big areas where this can kind of be conflicting. And then lastly, here we have Airbnb's dynamic search rankings. So they use machine learning algorithms as well to create dynamic search rankings for their users. So they consider things like location, property size, type, user reviews, pricing, you name it. And they can personalize content to their users, which then gives them a higher likelihood of being able to land that sell over competitors such as like Vrbo. So again, it keeps people using their platform over somebody else, again, giving them that competitive advantage. Yeah, I don't know why this is not working. So what does the future hold? We have artificial intelligence, so we have AI integrations, which again can provide deeper insights. We have excessive automation, and then use in public sector. So just, if you're not aware, artificial intelligence has actually been around for a while, but it hit the public sector with the introduction of ChatGPT. I mean, if we poll the room, how many of you know what ChatGPT is? If you raise your hand. Yeah, so if you asked artificial intelligence, 3 to 5 years ago, probably very few of you may have raised your hand. So it's really hit the public sector here in recent months. So again, that's coming more forward as we go here, and Dr. Wagner will actually be talking more about that after our presentation here shortly. We also have edge computing, which is essentially just optimizing and processing the data closer to where it came from. So this really helps optimize data centers, lessen bandwidth for transferring that data, which also helps in security. You can improve real-time analytics, and again, the reason why it's more secure is there's less opportunity to transmit or get in the middle of that data being transmitted between point to point. We also have ethical considerations that we need to keep in mind. So who has access to your data? Who is selling your data? What content now is actually real versus AI generated? So then that kind of gets into education ethics, which I know we have a panel also after our presentation today that's going to be talking about that. So I encourage you to stick around because that's going to be very interesting, especially being a university, how we move forward with education with the introduction of AI. Then we also have things like quantum computing, which is faster data processing, security concerns with quantum, revolutionized data processing, and then who actually has access to quantum computers right now, and is that potentially an issue? And Ori's going to touch more on that here in a little bit. So to kind of recap this section, big data is essentially just large amounts of unstructured data that needs new technologies to interpret, to analyze these data sets. So it's really allowing for mass innovation, the pop-up of software as a service companies, decision-making, automation, analytics, market insights, predictive analysis, and just so much more that we could definitely cover. It's also the driving force, again, of the fourth industrial revolution technologies that my classmates will be talking to about here shortly. And then again, for you business folks in the room, do some SWOT analysis when you get back. Talk to your colleagues. So SWOT stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So again, kind of ask yourself, how are we adequately using the data that we're storing now? How can data benefit my business? Are we lacking in relation to using data in my company? Are we compliant with the data that we store? Can we market ourselves better by using data? And then is our competition using it and we're not? So just ask yourself those type of questions. Again, go back, talk to your colleagues, and you may find that you can actually optimize your workflow and business so much more if you're using the data. But also comes down to, are you even collecting it? And what data are you collecting? So to kind of give a recap here before I hand it off to Ori, just keep in mind when they're presenting their emerging technologies from the fourth industrial revolution, that really the common thread between all of them is electronic data. That's what makes all these technologies possible coming out of the fourth industrial revolution. And Dr. Kuna will be talking more about the fourth industrial revolution after this presentation. So just keep that in mind. It'll provide a really good foundation for you guys in understanding, how these are all made possible. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and pass it off to Ori.
Hello everyone, my name is Ori and I'll be talking about quantum computing. So in order for me to be able to explain what quantum computing is, I'm going to give the basics of what qubits are. So on the left side here, you can see the bits. So this is used in a traditional computer where you use ones and zeros. You can kind of compare this with like a light switch, turning it on and off. While the qubit, you can see that it's a little different and it looks more like a sphere, where you can still have the ones and the zeros, but you also have values in between, like 40% 1, 60% 0, and all the values in between 1 and 0. This is what we call superpositions. So just like a quick example to make it like understandable. On the left side, you can see how a traditional computer would go through a maze. It would use every single possibility to be able to figure out how to go through the maze. While on the right side, you can see that the qubit uses probability and algorithms to be able to figure out the best way through the maze. So if that's the case, why don't we just use quantum computers instead of traditional computers if it's so much easier? So first of all, it's very, very sensitive against noise and temperature, and this could lead to data loss. So a qubit would not necessarily look more like a sphere, but more of like electric waves. So if these electric waves will combine with temperature waves or noise waves, they will interact and kind of disturb and crash. Another thing is that it's not user-friendly yet. It's not developed enough, and it has a lack of individual use cases. So just two applications where quantum computing could be used. So first of all, you have weather forecasting. Since it uses probability and algorithms to figure out how the weather might look like tomorrow, next week, quantum computing would be very good at this since it's very precise and very good in using that probability. Another application would be finance modeling. So if you're going to look into what should I invest in, what not, what would be a big risk, what not. It will be very useful to use probability to be able to figure out what would be most beneficial in your company. So just two benefits of quantum computing. So one, it's super, super fast. And two, it's very good at handling complex algorithms. So with these two, using big data would be so much easier than using a traditional computer. But with this comes also risks. So the first risk that I have here is it can decrypt almost all encryption, like your passwords, for example, for Facebook, for any kind of website. But this can also make new encryptions which would be even more stronger and even more complex. Another thing is that very few people have access to it at the moment, very selective and only big companies that have a lot of money or a lot of power. So just 9 considerations that you would make before you would use quantum computing in a business. TechTarget.com mentions these 9. Qubits have a very short lifespan. It has a lack of scalability at the moment. It has an inefficient error correction. Demand is very high for complex hardware. It has a limited availability of digital infrastructure. It has an inadequate availability of software. It has a limited scope for strategic implementation. There's only a few workers at the moment with quantum computing skills, and has an ineffective security protocol. So with this, you might think, why would I ever want to use quantum computing in my business? So on the next slide here, on the left side, you can see how the quantum computer looks like at the moment. Doesn't really look very useful in a company, but if you look on the right side, you can see one of the first generation computers like your phone, laptop. As you can see, it's not really user-friendly or anything. So what we expect is in the future it should be able to be more useful and easier to use in a company. So I'm going to wrap up with the future. This is the Gartner hype cycle. It's a cycle that shows technologies, how far they are at this time. And as you can see, machine learning is at the peak at the moment. As you can hear in Ashton's presentation, they're talking a lot about using it in companies, while quantum computing is still at its innovation trigger. So at the moment, mostly they're doing research on this and haven't have too many applications yet, but they're expecting in the future to have way more applications for this. So with this, I would like to give the presentation further to Keith, who will be talking about next generation military.
All right. So as already said, I'm Keith, and I'll be talking about next generation military technologies and tactics that they use. First, I'd like to introduce the age of information warfare and some questions or concepts that you might want to keep in the back of your mind as I go through this presentation. First being, how is quantum computing used in military technology? What has changed in military technology and warfare tactics? What new military technologies are in development? How does target acquisition and recognition use AI? How is AI used in military technologies? And what risks are associated with these new types of warfare and military technologies? First, I'd like to continue on with what Ori was talking about with quantum computing and some of the uses that the military uses for quantum computing would be military simulations, communication, cryptography, sensing, and imaging. And EPJ, quantum technology, defines quantum warfare as warfare that uses quantum technologies for military applications that affect intelligence, security, and defense capabilities. And just keep in mind that all of these technologies are available and usable because of big data. All right, the next, information warfare, the concept of information warfare is to reduce the number of human soldiers required on the physical battlefield, and in turn, this will reduce human casualties, which is obviously a benefit for all. And another concept by National Defense University is that information and information technologies are increasingly important to national security and in general for warfare specifically. And I'd like to introduce some tactics that can be used by the military. The first being command and control warfare. This is warfare that is integrated with information warfare and the physical destruction. The next being intelligence-based warfare. This is where information is fed directly into operations such as targeting and battle damage assessments. This will improve battle tactics and machine learning for the technologies. The next is electronic warfare. This is the attempt to degrade the physical ability of the opponent to transfer information via radio electronic and cryptographic methods. The next is hacker warfare, which is kind of self-explanatory, but it's the militaristic cyber attacks for means of exploiting known holes in the opponent's security system structure. And the last is cyber warfare. This is any form of information terrorism, semantic attacks, simulation warfare, Gibson warfare, and more. These are the least traceable types of warfare, and currently are not used by the military, but it's basically the future. All right, some intelligent weapons and integrated systems that I'd like to introduce. First being kind of the well-known Terminator kind of thing with killer robots that are commonly known as slaughter bots. These use artificial intelligence to identify, select, and kill human targets 100% autonomously. And although this may raise some very ethical concerns for people, I know via research they are in development and they could be the future. And I think the outlook is that they'll reduce human casualties, especially on the battlefield, as well as the concept of information warfare. Another intelligent weapon technology I like to talk about is hypersonic boost glide weapons. These are non-nuclear bombs. They can penetrate up to 65 feet of reinforced concrete, so it'll target any underground fortresses of your opponent. These use target acquisition and AI for more precise strike. It's a way to, again, limit like civilian casualties and your own soldiers' casualties. Another technology is fighter jets and the generations that were and are to come. The first being the F-16 Fighting Falcon, the fourth generation. You've seen these more in like your 2000s movies or about 10 years ago. And then your current generation is the 5th generation, the F-35 Lightning II. And then your next generation, this is still in concept, still in development. Your 6th generation, it's called the FA-XX concept model. And as you can see, as it goes from generation to generation, they're designed more for stealth, and they're sleeker designs, built more for dogfighting than air-to-ground raids. Next, I'll talk about target acquisition and recognition. Target acquisition uses artificial intelligence and machine learning, and which is deep learning, to identify and select targets. Some challenges when using images and videos for target acquisition is the number and size of targets are always changing. Appearance, shape, posture, and angles of humans are always changing. And target acquisition requires very high quality picture and video footage for really good analysis. Currently, there's no final product available on the market, as we know. Although many nations are competing to perfect the technology and kind of get it under wraps. Moving on, I'd like to talk about AI in military technology. The main use of AI in the military is to kind of along lines with target and acquisition, it's detecting and identifying targets. 3 methods are human in the loop, on the loop, and out of the loop. So in the loop, the AI weapon requires human interaction for permission to engage a target, and then the human also has the ability to disengage a target. Whereas on the loop, AI weapons can scan, identify, and engage targets without human interaction, but the human still has the option to disengage a target and select targets. And then out of the loop, AI weapons are fully autonomous. There's no human interaction needed, but there's also no human interaction available. So the AI weapon is making all of the decisions, and it cannot be deterred or disengaged. Some benefits of AI in military technology. As you can see with all of these listed, it's a lot to do with speed and decision making. They all use big data. It removes error and emotion from human decision making, and it can improve your cyber defense with more complex algorithms, and it could use quantum computing, as Ori was talking about. Some threats, risks, and ethicalities of information warfare. First, some threats to our military or our nation could be autonomous warfare tactics, hidden stealth attacks, or active destroying attacks, also drone attacks, which are kind of being seen more in today's society, or today's world, I shouldn't say society. Some risks are obsolete military networks. So with the military not having current up-to-date technology, there's always more risk and security, and more with slow communication and long communication when you're talking about military, because they have to communicate from land, sea, air, and space. So the longer the range of communication, the longer it takes for data to be transmitted, and it gives more time for attackers to intercept communications. And this is especially a concern when the concept is to provide the right person with the right information at the right time. And additionally, data leaks of any sort for military information could put an entire nation at risk. And to kind of wrap things up, the concept of information warfare is to reduce all casualties, or at least most of the casualties on the battlefield for humans, and kind of increase the amount of technology on the battlefield. Some information warfare techniques or tactics are command and control warfare, intelligence-based warfare, electronic warfare, hacker and cyber warfare. And some new intelligent weapons that are in development are killer robots, gliding missiles, and the future fighting jets, which can use AI and have more stealth abilities. And then some uses of AI in military are target acquisition, recognition, data sorting, threat analysis, autonomous vehicle piloting, and more. And with that being said, I'd like to turn it over to Curtis for blockchain and crypto.
Hello, my name is Curtis, and I will be talking about blockchain and crypto. So, before going into detail, we have to know what is blockchain and where exactly did it come from. So, blockchain is a distributed database that maintains a continuously growing list of ordered records called blocks. These blocks are then linked using cryptography. Each block contains a cryptographic hash of the previous block, a timestamp, and transaction data. It was invented by Satoshi Nakamoto, which is a pseudonym of an unknown person or persons, in 2008. It served as a public transaction ledger of the cryptocurrency Bitcoin, which I'm sure we're all familiar with. So the basic feature of blockchain. The basic feature is that blockchain is decentralized, which means it doesn't have to rely on a centralized node. The data can be recorded, stored, and updated. So as an example, we can imagine there is a group of 4 people, and they're assigned a group project with one leader. So we'll see the leader is at the top of the list, well, the top of the picture. So a centralized would be if everybody is looking towards the top for the decision making. So the arrow is going towards the top because that's where everybody's looking for the decisions and the leadership centrally. Decentralized would be everybody separately knows exactly like what to do. Everybody has input in the decision making. It's not all just relying on that top of the chain, that one person. So the 3 basic elements of each block. We have data, which we learned in Ashton's presentation, is plain facts, observations, statistics, characters, and more that are collected and can be used for analysis. We have the nonce, which is a whole number that's randomly generated when a block is created. And then we have the hash, which is a number permanently attached to the nonce after being generated. So what exactly is the node? According to Till Wendler, co-founder of Peak, a blockchain platform, on the most basic level, a node is simply a device running the software of a specific blockchain. A blockchain node refers to a device stakeholder pair that participates in running the protocol software of a decentralized network. Instead of a central entity, nodes work together to form the infrastructure of a blockchain. They are moderators that build infrastructure of a decentralized network. The primary function is to maintain consensus of a blockchain's public ledger. So what exactly do these nodes do? There are 3 main purposes a node fulfills: maintenance, validation, and accessibility. They are algorithmically programmed to execute transactions based on a majority consensus. In short, they accept or reject proposals. They are also storage containers of the blockchain. Anytime an in-network user retrieves information, they're interacting with the node. So how exactly does the blockchain work now that we know all this information? As each transaction occurs, it is recorded as a block of data. Each block is connected to the ones before it. These blocks then form a chain of data as an asset moves from place to place or ownership changes. The transactions are then blocked together in an irreversible chain, which is the blockchain. Each additional block strengthens the verification of the previous block, which strengthens the entire blockchain as a whole. So validation methods. A blockchain validator is a network node that helps process and validate transaction blocks on the platform. It then adds to the permanent ledger of the blockchain. The 2 main types of blockchain have different validation processes. We have proof of work, which is the most common used in Bitcoin, where they try to validate a block by finding an answer to a complex computational puzzle, and then proof of stake, where block validators are chosen, typically random, based on the amount of cryptocurrency they are willing to stake to have the validation rights. So mining and blockchain. New blocks are created through a process called mining. Miners use special software to solve complex math problems of finding a nonce that generates an accepted hash. I know looking back to Ori's presentation, you probably already connecting the dots about how quantum computing could threaten this, and that will be talked about later in the presentation. There are roughly 4 billion possible nonce hash combinations that must be mined before the right one is found. When a block is successfully mined, the change is accepted by all nodes on the network. The miner is then rewarded financially. So the benefits of blockchain: we have transparency, where everyone has access and can see the transactions being made. We have security, where once information is added, it cannot be altered or deleted. Accuracy, where transactions are recorded and updated in real time. Traceability, where transactions are easily traced, which reduces risk of fraud. And improved efficiency, where the shared ledger speeds up process and reduces cost of the transactions. So the issues with blockchain: we have security, where blockchains are only as secure as their weakest link. The device that is easiest to hack is a threat to the privacy of the entire blockchain. So if the weakest link goes down, it compromises the entire blockchain. We then have scalability, where blockchain networks can be slow and inefficient due to high computational requirements needed to validate transactions. This makes blockchain networks difficult to use in applications that require fast transaction processing speeds. Continuing on with those issues, we have complexity, where the blockchain's complexity can lead to errors and inefficiencies in implementation. And then the major one, which is energy consumption. Blockchain technology consumes more energy than any centralized system. It requires more storage than any other system as well. Electricity required is multiplied by the number of nodes added to a blockchain. In proof of work, effort is required from users and their devices. When a miner uses proof of work, they are given complex mathematical problems that requires a great amount of computational power to solve. As the number of competitor nodes increases on a blockchain, there is a fight for more computer power. This consumes more and more energy. So blockchain versus crypto. While blockchain is a storage technology used for saving data on a decentralized network, crypto is a medium of exchange like the US dollar. Blockchain can be used for storing different types of information beyond crypto transaction records. Blockchain can exist independently of crypto, and crypto assets rely on a blockchain technology for secure transactions. So the differences. All cryptocurrencies have a monetary value, while blockchain does not. Blockchain has uses beyond just crypto. It can be used for recording transactions in banking, healthcare, supply chain, and retail. Blockchain is also highly transparent. Anyone can join a blockchain network and view the information available. Some more differences. We have cryptocurrency offers anonymity. No one knows who is behind the transaction. I know one of my benefits was that it has traceability, but this differs from anonymity because while, yes, there is a detailed record of what happened in that transaction, you could have a fake name or fake anything, so you don't exactly know who is behind it. That's also why, as some of you know, crypto was very big with criminals. Blockchain technology is decentralized and distributed all over the world. There is no single location where all records are stored. And cryptocurrencies can be accessed via mobile wallets. They can be used anywhere from transacting with parties accepting specific crypto. So I hinted at this earlier in the presentation, going back to Ori's. Quantum computing could threaten blockchain. Many of the world's most popular cryptocurrencies, including Bitcoin, rely on proof of work. A quantum computer could eventually solve mining puzzles faster than the current generation mining devices. This would allow those with quantum computers to receive rewards and control the transaction validation process by taking over a majority of the network's computing power. Quantum computers capable of breaking cryptography may enable bad actors to control and steal other people's cryptography. They could ascertain cryptography private keys from their corresponding public addresses. This will be like a hacker getting access to someone's email password based on the publicly available username or email address. And I don't know about you guys in the room, but that scares me a lot. And then that wraps up my blockchain and crypto presentation, and then I'll be handing it back over to Ashton to wrap up the presentation as a whole.
All right, so to conclude here a little bit, we heard again about quantum computing, next-gen military, and crypto and blockchain. Again, just keep in the back of your mind this idea that electronic data really is the tie-in and the key between all of these. You know, with quantum computing, it's essentially not beneficial unless it has data to compute. Next-gen military, you know, there's the allowance of the bettering of the processes and technology that we're using in the military due to data. There's even headsets now that you can just wear and be able to fly a plane or a fighter jet just to, you know, learn how to do it. So just technology is really, or data is really optimizing the workflow in the military. And then with crypto and blockchain, it's essentially all electronic data and it's in and of itself. So that, you know, again, just the tie-in that all of these are really focused and key and tied together due to electronic data. So I'm going to go through, scroll. We have 10 pages of references. We had 40. There's a lot of research that went into this. You know, again, after our presentation here, we're going to hear from Dr. Kuna, Dr. Wagner, and a panel, so I encourage you guys to stick around for all that. If you guys have any questions, we'll take those now. Feel free to reference us by our name if you want to ask us specifically a question. And to that, if you also want a copy of the slides to review on your own, check out any of the resources, just ask any one of us up here, talk to Dr. Schneider in the back who will raise her hand for us if you don't know her already, and we'll be happy and more than willing to give that to you guys. So with that, I'll open up the floor to any questions really quick, and we'll go from there. So does anybody have any questions? Are we having someone walk around with a mic too?
Anybody any questions?
We have one in the back left here.
Second.
Or you want to take that? You want me to take that?
For the Iron Dome over in Israel, do they use quantum computing for that to know how to hit those missiles? I just wondered, just curious.
So while Ori sees if the mic is on here, so I'll add a little bit to that. Quantum computing, as Ori mentioned, is not really out in like the public or main manufacturing sector or anything. It's mainly just large tech companies or people with a lot of money, which you could think of could be a nation state or someone like Israel or a nation itself. So it could be used. I would hazard it's not. I want to say there's only 3 in the world that are used, and it's mostly for research intensive purposes right now. If that Iron Dome is probably more likely using supercomputers or artificial intelligence, machine learning, those kind of things, and advancements with military technology for tracking and that kind of stuff would be my guess. But again, that at least goes outside of my own research for the project. But I don't know if Ori has anything to add on that. Test 1 2. Test 1 2.
So yeah, I agree with Ashton. Right now, they're usually just working on mostly like research, so it's not really too available yet to use an application. So they're probably not using it yet in Israel.
Are there any other questions? I see a question. Doug.
You're going to get your steps in here. For Curtis, I've heard of blockchain being used as a way to ensure election security and integrity. I just wondered if you had any thoughts on that, especially when it comes to keeping anonymity of the vote.
That's a good question. Just my thoughts on it. I think it's a good idea. I like it, but again, it's security-wise. If like I said in the presentation, the weakest link goes, the whole thing is compromised. So that's the only concern I would have. But and then quantum computing, but again, we don't have to really worry about that for a long time. But other than that, I like the idea in general. Like, shouldn't be too bad. I think it's really good.
Any other questions? Oh, we got another. Leo, here you go.
Curtis, excuse me.
There you go.
A question for Curtis. You mentioned decentralized blockchain. What is a moderator?
So could you repeat the question one more time?
You mentioned something about decentralized blockchain,
Yeah, blockchain is decentralized.
but you have to have a moderator. What was the moderator under blockchain? Or the moderator function?
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, so does somebody moderate the blockchain system, basically?
What is the moderator if it's not a point of centralization?
So since it's decentralized, the moderator would really just be, I think, how can I put this into words, really? Okay, so since it's decentralized and like it's not relying on just one person, just one moderator, I would say like the moderator in sense would just be everybody like going through that transaction process, if that makes sense. So like the person, let's say like 2 people are trying to do something with crypto, like the moderators would then be those 2 people like going through and doing that transaction.
So it's a different moderator for each transaction.
Yes.
It could be 1 or 2 or 3 with each transaction, so it changes constantly. Is that what I understand?
Yes.
Yes. I believe that.
Yeah, sorry. I was trying to put it into words. I'm sorry
It's
about
okay.
that.
Nope, you got it. You had the essence. I just summarized quickly. Are there any other questions? Oh, one more.
So I'm interested in the kind of power requirements of a blockchain, right? And I know this is distant future stuff because quantum computing is still very much in development. But how is quantum computing going to influence power requirements? Because we know right now big neural models, blockchain, all require a ton of power. And this is one of the big holdups in terms of broader application. There's only so much out there. So is quantum computing 10, 15 years down the road going to really influence not just AI use, but also the availability of blockchain and cryptocurrencies?
It definitely will because, sorry, sorry about that. It definitely will because in the future they're going to have to think like, okay, now that quantum computing is here, like further down the line, it's probably going to affect the mining process. I would imagine that's going to somehow change, or they're going to have to somehow adjust that, just because of how quickly quantum computing could just like break that, and it could be like abused in essence. So I think that would definitely have to be changed later down the road. But again, quantum computing won't be really here for like a longer time, so they probably are thinking about it like in the back of their head. But they're probably not like actively like, okay, we have to start on it right now.
Yeah, in terms of energy efficiency, I kind of mentioned Moore's law in my presentation a little bit. The processors and stuff, like the reason why blockchain and crypto is very energy, it takes a lot for it is because it uses GPUs or heavy like computing chips. And to do that is, it takes a lot of energy, a lot of power, but our chips are becoming more efficient too. But as we keep going forward, everybody's going with the new chips, and then those are going to be more efficient like over time. So it just kind of depends on how you look at it. But we're going to be getting more and more like bigger bang for our buck as we go. But it's always going to be, we're getting to the point where physics, again, quantum computing is starting to play like really hand in hand with it. And again, there's limitations. You can only shove so much light through, certain things to where it maxes out. But Moore's law has held up so far. So it's honestly a curiosity point is if it's going to continue on that point once quantum computing and such continues to go forward. So.
The sessions have been absolutely wonderful. We do need to move on to the next session, but we'll say thank you to Ashton, Keith, and Ori and Curtis. They will be here throughout today. So if you have more questions, please feel free, find the young men, and they'll be sure to answer them for you. Back to you, Doug.
Good work, gentlemen. How about one more round of applause for our speakers there? We'd like to bring up now the president of the University of Findlay, Dr. Catherine Feld, to offer all of you a welcome today. Dr. Feld.
It's our honor to welcome you to the University of Findlay campus for the 22nd Annual Information Assurance Forum and for your exploration of AI and the fourth industrial revolution. I'm happy to announce I was not here for the first, but I bet the University of Findlay was. So thank you for being here. Please make yourselves at home. Let us know how we can make you more comfortable as the day progresses. I'm very proud to host, all of us are proud to host this event each year. And I want to thank our trustee, our long-serving, loyal leader trustee, Lynn Child, for helping make this happen here. So have a great day.
Thank you, Dr. Feld. That'll bring us to our keynote speakers for today. We will feature Dennis Sakuna and Lauren Wagner. Dennis is a part-time computer science instructor here at the University of Findlay. His career in information technology spans 44 years, though, including a graduate school, private industry, academia, and information assurance consulting through Digital GRC LLC. Lauren, in the meantime, is actively engaged in helping organizations become more secure and compliant by performing risk assessments and advisory services based on the NIST cybersecurity framework, as well as Department of Defense's cybersecurity maturity model certification. Lauren is a designated CMMC-AB. I don't know what that is, but it does definitely sound like something that you would want on your side. Lauren works in information security, networking, and data center operations, and most recently was the director of risk services for Centricom, a locally managed services provider and one of today's sponsors. Gentlemen, if you want to come to the stage, we'll go ahead and get started with our keynote presentation. As they're coming up, do want to remind students that if you do need to get anything signed for verification that you were here for class, you can get those at the doors to this side. Restrooms are just out there. And without further ado, our keynote presentation. Thank you.
Dennis, Dennis, if you could just give us just a couple minutes, just
Yep.
let people get situated, and if anybody wants to grab some
ahead.
coffee, they can do that real quick, and then we'll get started. We're running just a few minutes behind. Yes. Hello. It's a real.
You as well.
You took time out of your busy day to come see us today.
Of course.
And you didn't have to do that. So
Okay, you two figure out when you want to go. I'll take you both.
I'm happy to come to the cafeteria where you folks are, or the cafe, sit and chat, and make it easier for you not to have to travel.
That's a great idea.
So that's what we'll do. And Dan Schaefer from Economic Development wants to join us.
Okay.
He's Economic Development, Finley Hancock County,
Yeah.
if that's okay.
Yeah,
so we'll
absolutely.
arrange either lunch or coffee in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, probably the middle of November. I'm going to be away for the next couple of weeks.
Okay.
I'm not going to be in
I'll
town.
be gone after the 11th. We fitted it right before.
I get back on the 12th.
Oh, heavens.
So
Okay.
we'll figure it out.
Well, I'll be back for a very short time in Christmas. I don't know if you're around during the holidays.
Christmas week. But I'll be here in December.
Okay.
December.
I'll figure it out. Because I absolutely do
We need to
want
make it
chat
work.
with you. Okay?
Sounds good.
Thank you for the introduction.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Got a lot of
Yeah, I love it. They are. They're so smart. And if anybody's looking for all four of them are seniors. So if you need any positions, if you need any positions, all four of them are graduating this year, and they're all super smart as you saw.
The one that we...
So feel free to
I'm
make,
in.
make the connection.
Yeah.
I'll help you with that if you got it. Okay. Folks, please take your seat. We're ready to get started. Please take your seat. Okay. Everyone, please take your seat. Okay. Feel free to sit anywhere you want. Thank you for being here.
I'm going to help you with that. I just need to leave.
All right, please take your seats. Hello. All right, Dennis, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that introduction. And to start, I would like to dedicate this presentation to the memory of my grandparents, James and Elsie Lynn, and Alberto and Mary Acuna, and the family they gave me. So I've been looking forward to this presentation since the idea came up earlier this year. The topic of the Fourth Industrial Revolution is broad and deep, and in many ways represents the history of electronic computing to date. So I'm not sure how much information can be shared in a brief presentation, but let me start by sharing a story. And please forgive me for reading from my notes. I've made many, many revisions to this presentation, and I have not had time to memorize all the words I want to share with you. And really, there's a PowerPoint to go with this, but it's really the words that I want to resonate with you. So using your imagination, go back 200 years to 1823, walk outside this building, and look north toward Toledo. Instead of the ribbon of concrete we call I-75, you would see a swamp. In fact, the Great Black Swamp. The Great Black Swamp stretched from Sandusky to Fort Wayne with Findlay on its southern border. If you were to hazard a journey from Findlay to Toledo, a multi-day trek through fallen trees, mud, and water, rife with cholera, typhoid, and malaria, you might find yourself in Toledo, provided you didn't walk in circles. Naturally, you'd be hungry, and the dinner you might have would be frog legs, since the swamp was full of croaking frogs. Now, to prepare the best-tasting frog legs, you would boil the frog legs alive so they cook quickly, much like how we cook lobster today. The only problem with that method is that when you drop a frog into boiling water, it jumps out, while a lobster will stay put. So to get the frog to stay in the water, you start the process with cold water, put the frog in, and then gradually heat the water so it doesn't know it's being boiled alive until it's too late, and then we dine. Now return to 2023 and the realization that today we don't have to deal with miles of swamp and croaking frogs. Instead, we have 6 lanes of concrete running north and south between Findlay and Toledo. But instead of being surrounded by a swamp full of muddy water, we're surrounded by a swamp of electronic data. Instead of bringing frogs to a slow boil in water, we have humans, you and me, coming to a slow boil in a web of electronic data. Now, why would I begin a modern-day discussion on the 4th Industrial Revolution with an analogy to the Great Black Swamp? Well, similar to frogs trapped in a pot of boiling water, unable to escape, we humans are currently trapped in a web of electronic data, which has reached a boiling point where we're unable and probably unwilling to leave our digital environment and return to our analog past. If you think about it, we're already cooked. Our world is rapidly transforming from manual analog systems to digital systems, leveraging electronic data in all its forms: data at rest, data in motion, and data in use. This transformation goes by several names, with one being the 4th Industrial Revolution, or 4IR. And when referring to 4IR in a purely manufacturing setting, you might hear that as Industry 4.0, and you may occasionally hear 4IR referred to as the second machine age. The phrase Industrial Revolution typically refers to a transition from human muscle power to mechanical engine power. The first 3 such transitions are typically identified as the introduction of water power and steam, electrification and mass production, and electronic computing and networking. The phrase 4th Industrial Revolution was coined by Klaus Schwab in the World Economic Forum in 2016 and points to the current transition of merging the physical and biological domains through the digital domain of advanced computing and networked electronic data. These factors are driving innovation and disruption with unprecedented speed and depth. At its core, 4IR implies the dramatic ability to transform human society and human culture, for better or for worse, from a physical analog world to an automated digital world. This transition is bringing new meaning to the phrase haves versus have-nots, with authorized access to secure digital resources representing the new haves. With the advent of the electronic computer, the digitization of data has been increasing at a rapid pace, basically transforming paper-based words, numbers, and images into electronic bits and bytes stored on electronic media. And the technology that makes this possible is a semiconductor, a chunk of modified silicon that controls the flow of electrons through a maze of miniature circuits. Each of you is no doubt the owner of at least one smartphone, maybe a PC, and several other electronic devices that contain semiconductors. So you already use electronic data and semiconductors whether you realize it or not. Our use of these electronic devices make up the modern-day web of electronic data we live in. 4IR makes use of advanced technologies such as miniaturization, sensors, advanced central processing units, graphics processing units, electronic data, and massive databases, and high-speed, high-volume networking. While you're familiar with the apps and digital services in use today, innovation and disruption are part and parcel of the 4IR environment, and some of the newer 4IR technologies might not be as well known. Some of the innovations that are under development today suggest findings that might seem futuristic or even magical to those unfamiliar with recent advances in technology. Technologies such as implantable devices, wearable devices, the Internet of Things, smart cities, advanced robotics, autonomous vehicles, machine learning, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and genetic design, among others, are considered part and parcel of the 4IR environment. These advances are rapidly raising the boiling point of the electronic data swamp we live in, unrealized by some and unheeded by many. So this slide presents examples of some exotic 4IR technologies currently on the horizon. And some of these you may have just heard about in the previous presentations. First up, we have something called CRISPR, which is a tool for editing DNA with the potential for eliminating genetic defects. And the color coding of green text on this slide is meant to illustrate the potential positive effects of this technology, with the red text illustrating a potential negative effect. Quantum computing, a form of computing that follows the laws of quantum physics as opposed to today's computers, which follow the laws of classical physics. And artificial intelligence, the packaging of natural language processing, machine learning algorithms, and networking with large electronic databases to access massive amounts of electronic data. For AI to function, AI needs access to electronic data, lots of data, big data, for both training and predictive text generation. Well, each of these technologies holds a promise of delivering improvements to the overall human condition. They also hint at the ability for the wrong person, the wrong organization, or the wrong nation to use them for the wrong reason. Designer human beings, breaking encryption algorithms, and purposely building bias into AI agents are negative effects that could significantly damage the human condition, not improve it. 4IR innovations require access to massive databases of electronic data. So exactly what is electronic data? Electronic data is human-readable content transformed into a digital format using a defined character set, such as the ASCII character set, where 1 bit is equal to a 0 or 1. 8 bits make 1 byte, such as 0101, 0101, which happens to represent the number 85, or in ASCII, a capital U. The capital letter A, which is represented as a decimal 65, or this particular bit string. And the number 1, which is represented as a decimal 49, or this bit string, and these are all in ASCII. So let's look at an example of an English sentence converted into a binary string. So I'm being very open with you here, and I'm going to tell you that my ATM passcode is 123456, so please don't share that with anyone. But if we convert that to ASCII binary code, it'll look like this: a collection or string of ones and zeros which are indecipherable to the average person. However, these 26 bytes or 208 bits represent 15 letters, 6 numbers, 4 spaces, and 1 period. Electronic databases consist of binary strings like this, which represent text, numbers, symbolic characters, and pixels, which form graphic images. This binary string can be read by a 4IR process as input to a machine learning method like AI, with each 1 read as a high voltage on signal and each 0 read as a low voltage off signal. So just how much electronic data is this thing called big data? Well, it depends on which point in time you're referring to, as the definition of just how much data qualifies as big data increases as technology continues to advance. This slide gives you an indication of how electronic data is measured and the relative size of data storage. Early PCs had luxurious hard drives capable of holding 20 megabytes of data. 1 megabyte was big data back then, whereas today you can buy a personal hard drive capable of storing 2 terabytes of data for less than $100. And while 1 terabyte is a 1 followed by 12 zeros, and it might seem like big data, well, today we're looking at yottabytes, a 1 followed by 24 zeros as big data. As an indication of how fast the electronic data world is transforming, the term yottabyte was declared in 1991, while the terms ronabyte and kettabyte were just declared last year in 2022. And it's interesting to note that those terms, both ronabyte and kettabyte, were quickly named by the scientific community to avoid the slang terms of hellabyte and brontobyte that were being tossed around by the user community. This slide shows you the relative size of 1 petabyte of data compared to 1,000 terabytes compared to 1 million gigabytes, which leads to the question, why would anyone really need that much data? And if you had it, what would you do with it? Well, it turns out you can do some really interesting things with lots of data. However, before we look at some big data examples, let's look at the perfect storm of the decreasing cost of data storage and the increasing number of transistors per semiconductor. This slide shows the cost of electronic media needed to store 1 terabyte of data is decreasing over time, resulting in being able to store more data at less cost. The downward sloping red arrow shows this trend. And while the cost of storing data on electronic media has been decreasing, the physical size of the devices used to store electronic data are also decreasing. You can see in 1956 on the left, storage devices the size of large appliances were needed to store 5 megabytes of data, while today modern memory chips capable of storing 1 terabyte of data are the size of a human fingernail. This phenomena begs the question, well, just how is this possible? Well, you might have heard of Moore's Law, which states that the number of transistors capable of being packed onto a semiconductor doubles about every 2 years. The upward sloping red arrow shows this trend. First stated in 1965, the trend continues to hold true through today due to ongoing advances in technology and semiconductor manufacturing. As an aside, transistors are packed onto semiconductors using extreme ultraviolet photolithography, or EUV. The decreasing cost and size of data storage, coupled with the increasing number of transistors per chip, represents the perfect storm for 4IR innovation and disruption. Because of this progress, electronic data has become the feedstock of the modern enterprise. And with progress comes new ideas, and from new ideas we get innovation and disruption. So let's look at some examples of innovation and disruption in recent years. Probably the most successful and well-known investor today is Warren Buffett. But is that really true? Is Warren Buffett the best investor ever? Some sources say no, that James Simon is the best investor ever through his company, Renaissance Technologies and the Medallion Fund. Simons was a pioneer of quantitative analysis using mathematics, computer programming, and electronic data to build automated computer algorithms that yielded astronomical returns. Simons and his team searched electronic databases to discover repeatable patterns of human behavior in the financial markets. They then built computer algorithms that issued buy and sell orders autonomously based on market conditions, without human input or interference, hence the nickname quants. And you've probably never heard of him because he treated his work as intellectual property and didn't publish it or talk about it. However, while you may not have heard of Simons, you most certainly witnessed the effect of the billions of dollars in profit he generated, as a significant amount of that money was donated to both the Democratic and Republican parties during the 2016 presidential election by both Simons and his lead programmer, Robert Mercer. Another example of 4IR innovation and disruption is Elon Musk and his impact on several industries in a very short 28-year time span. In 1995, Musk dropped out of Stanford and started 2 small companies, which led to PayPal in the year 2000. In 2002, he started SpaceX and Starlink, which now have the contracts to supply the International Space Station. 2004, he started Tesla. 2006, he started Solar City, which is now part of Tesla. They make solar panels. 2015, he was one of the original founders of OpenAI, parent of the company ChatGPT, which everybody's heard of. And for reference, ChatGPT had over 1 million users 5 days after launch. 2016, he founded Neuralink, a company that was just approved by the FDA to implant computer chips into a human brain. 2016, he started a boring company to dig tunnels for underground transit systems. 2022, he bought Twitter, now known as X. And just this year, he started a company called XAI as a competitor to OpenAI because he wants a new venture to develop the theory of everything and mathematics of deep learning. Now, consider that Musk has disrupted the deeply entrenched aerospace industry with SpaceX and Starlink, the automotive industry with Tesla, the software industry with OpenAI and XAI, the social media industry with his purchase of Twitter, and the neuroscience industry with Neuralink. Just one of these ventures would be considered a lifetime achievement for most individuals, but several. The net effect of these technologies won't appear all at once, but the message is clear. Our world is changing. Given Elon Musk is only one person, what other innovations and disruptions will 4IR bring? Unfortunately, big data alone does not yield big knowledge. Knowledge is a particularly human concept. And while 4IR technologies might appear to be intelligent, they're only as intelligent as the human knowledge that's been transformed into electronic data until the singularity is reached, which is that theoretical point in time where machines begin to think for themselves. Electronic data leads to innovation and disruption through data, which are discrete numbers and facts. Information, which is data enhanced with context. Knowledge, which are the axioms, theories, and concepts built with information. And lastly, wisdom, which is the comprehensive understanding of accumulated knowledge. In its most basic form, a database contains data in columns and rows. This data is used to build information for analysis and operations, leading to knowledge and hopefully wisdom, but not guaranteed. One human may understand a very specialized knowledge domain, but no single human understands all of human knowledge. On the other hand, 4IR methods comprehend all human knowledge in regard to electronic data being collated, indexed, and synthesized, while retaining the ability to rapidly consume new emerging knowledge, thereby giving the impression of an all-knowing entity. So what is the boundary of human knowledge? We can consider the body of shared human knowledge to be everything that has been put into print and intended to be shared by a large body of people. Much of this knowledge has not yet been encoded into a digital format. Much of it remains on paper in the form of books, academic articles, magazines, and newsprint. In 2019, IBM estimated that 90% of the world's electronic data sets had been created since 2017, and that 40 zettabytes would be created by 2020, which was 3 years ago. So what is the boundary of human knowledge? Consider how we learn and consume knowledge. We start with an elementary school education, which represents a small core of working knowledge. We then go to high school and expand on the lessons learned in elementary school, learning more of existing human knowledge. If one is fortunate enough to go to college for an associate or bachelor's degree, one expands their knowledge, and with the declaration of a major, learned knowledge begins to take an oval shape in the direction of a specialized domain. Attending graduate school provides a deeper understanding of existing knowledge with the emphasis in a very directed way towards a specialized domain. And lastly, attainment of a doctoral degree is intended to complete the understanding of a particular domain of knowledge and serves to create new knowledge, which expands the existing boundary of human knowledge through sharing of that knowledge via publication. It is this electronic body of human knowledge that AI relies on for training and to generate predictive content. While one human might understand one or more domains, a well-trained AI will comprehend all domains, the entire body of shared human knowledge. So if AI is capable of comprehending all human knowledge, what does it mean to be human in the age of 4IR and AI? If humans had machine-like abilities, we could perform the same function as an AI. But humans aren't machines, nor should we strive to be like machines, as humans are limited in many aspects. Human decision-making is bound by bias and constraints. One constraint is our incomplete understanding of the shared body of human knowledge. And let's not forget the impact or bias of human emotion on our personal decision-making. 4IR processes do not have these same constraints. 4IR decision-making is based on hard logic and cold fact. Maybe this is why some people have that sudden feeling of angst when we hear the acronym AI and what it might mean for us in our future. A scientist named Herbert Simon expounded on this in 1955 in the theory of bounded rationality, which states that humans cannot possibly obtain or process all the information needed to make rational decisions, because the capacity of human decision-making faces various limits, and these limits include information failure, time taken to make a decision, and limitations of the human brain in processing information. As a result, we often make decisions that are not optimal, but instead are satisficing, decisions that are close enough. So can we count on human decision-making to get us through this coming era of 4IR and innovation? Well, maybe. An irreverent and somewhat prescient thought on 4IR and the future of humanity, courtesy of Gary Larson, The Far Side, 1989. The original caption is, "The picture is pretty bleak, gentlemen. The world's climates are changing, the mammals are taking over, and we all have a brain about the size of a walnut." So I thought this cartoon aged well, but I updated a few words to replace the word gentlemen with people and mammals with 4IR. The wording on climate change is interesting, and that's still very much a concern today. So speaking of angst and doom, remember the bit string that displayed my ATM passcode, my secret code? Well, I need good information assurance to secure my passcode from unauthorized access by nation states and bad actors. IA keeps my passcode safe in a 4IR environment. Without information assurance, the world knows my ATM passcode is 123456. But what about all that data residing on your smartphone? Does your smartphone have you trapped in a web of electronic data similar to a frog trapped in boiling water? How long would it take for you to be uncomfortable without the digital services provided by your smartphone? Today's iPhone is exponentially more powerful than the Apollo guidance computer that took Neil Armstrong to the moon in 1969. If the Apollo 11 guidance computer failed, the effect would have been catastrophic, which begs the question, what would happen to you if your iPhone or smartphone failed or was lost? Ask yourself if your smartphone has become a single point of failure in your life. Just how comfortable would you be without access to answers to questions and other information via Google, GPS driving directions, shopping on Amazon, contacts for names, addresses, phone numbers, and notes, communication for text, email, phone calls to family and friends, social media for Facebook, Twitter, or X, LinkedIn, Instagram, your wallet for credit cards, debit cards, loyalty cards, tickets for that airline trip or an event you're going to attend, car keys. Tesla lets you put your car keys on your phone. Internet of Things control for your house keys, HVAC, lighting, your Ring camera for security. And how about two-factor authentication for multi-factor authentication confirmation codes to log in to your secure services? For business owners, the prospects of losing electronic data are even more catastrophic. In the business world, electronic data is the feedstock allowing business and manufacturing processes to become better, faster, and cheaper, thus driving efficiency and profit. Your electronic data also happens to be the target of your competition, both foreign and domestic. And it's not protected. If it's not protected, it can be stolen, corrupted, or destroyed faster than you can say Moore's Law. And it's not just the data that's affected. It's the quarterly profit, the market capitalization, and the ongoing sustainability of the business, not to mention the intangible loss of goodwill. If the past 70 years represents the history of computing as we know it, what will the next 70 years bring? The next 30 years? The next 10 years? Most certainly we're on the cusp of a coming era of innovation and disruption, the likes of which will seem magical to many. But given the hope of future progress, all of it could be halted by unintentional human error. One simple click on the wrong email. Today's need for secure electronic data requires an enterprise-wide, holistic approach to information assurance, starting with senior management and working its way down the ranks of the lowest level associate. Some questions to ask yourself about your electronic data are, just how important is authorized access to your electronic data? Could your organization function without access to electronic data? Will your organization survive without any changes to your current IA practices? What do your clients think about your IA practices? And what's the value of your personal identity? Fourth industrial revolution needs information assurance, and good IA is a business practice that starts at the top. The choice is yours. Implementing IA is hard because it takes time, costs money, and adds frictions to your business processes. Not implementing IA is hard because it'll lead to loss of data confidentiality, loss of data integrity, and loss of data availability. Choose wisely. Choose your version of hard. 200 years ago, the Great Black Swamp stretched 45 miles north of Findlay to Toledo, and we were gigging frogs for dinner. Today, two of the most advanced semiconductor manufacturing plants in the world are being built 90 miles south of Findlay in Columbus, Ohio. Those plants will manufacture increasingly complex semiconductors that will give humans access to an increasingly networked world of knowledge and services. Projected startup for one of those plants is 2025. To meet the need for workers, Intel recently announced a one-year semiconductor technician certificate at Ohio's community colleges to jumpstart a qualified workforce to staff those new Columbus plants. We are progressing toward a digital future. We are not regressing to our analog past. And that digital future will be built on electronic data. Lots and lots of electronic data, big data. And if thinking about all that makes you hungry, you can still order a frog leg dinner at Inky's restaurant in North Toledo, where you can ruminate on the demise of the Great Black Swamp and whether or not humans face the same fate with the coming onslaught of 4IR and AI. And when you dine, don't let the condiments confuse you. Some people, mostly boomers, are mistaking the letter I for the number 1 in the acronym AI. Because of that, many are left wondering why everyone is making a fuss about A1, since that brand first appeared in 1831. So as a public service announcement, keep in mind that it's AI, not A1. And with that, thank you for listening. Hope you enjoyed my presentation. I hope my words resonated with you. And I do want to mention that in the editing process, my reference slide somehow got misplaced. So there is a reference slide for references and images I used. It's just not in this particular deck. So with that, I hope you enjoyed that. If there are any questions, otherwise I'll hand it over to Lauren. Say it again. Oh, sure. Yes, that's fine. Okay. Go ahead, Lauren.
Good morning. Well, a lot of good information already this morning. I'm learning a lot. Hopefully you are as well. It's we talk about big data. These are big topics, and they are, in fact, in many cases, life-changing topics, especially for a lot of people that are in this room. They will change the way that you work, the way you learn, the way you do business. Some cases, the way you enjoy life and have entertainment as well. So my part of this presentation is focused more on the generative AI and looking at it from an information assurance perspective. So earlier in one of the presentations, Ashton had talked about the CIA triad. The information assurance is based on. So it's confidentiality, integrity, and availability. And each one of those is impacted by the generative AI in particular that we're moving more towards every day. So being up front, this presentation was created with the systems of Canva Pro, Bing AI, and PowerPoint Designer, with a little bit benefit of some personal human experience. So I just want to say up front that I did use some AI tools in making and generating this presentation. So trends. AI is revolutioning industry by increasing efficiency. We've seen that in some of the presentations that we've already had this morning. Improving decision-making and enabling new capabilities. Although we'll talk about some of the other side of that equation as we go on, but those are some of the main advantages that we're experiencing. Generative AI adds creativity to the mix, while information assurance ensures security and reliability. And saying ensures is a little nebulous there. There's no 100% assurance of information security. So it's not a product. AI is not a product of science fiction, although as we've seen, it certainly has a lot of representations there and a lot of perceptions in that area. And there are many things that are being done today that would be directly thought of as science fiction. We have a hotel in Japan that is completely run by robots. That's amazing that they're gone to that distance in implementing artificial intelligence tools and products. There was a press conference that was given near about a year ago, 2 years ago, that was totally made up of robots, and they were asking the robots questions of their opinions on certain things. And some of those answers that were given were a little bit intimidating, to say the least. But it is a tool for augmenting human intelligence and a catalyst for solving complex problems. And not necessarily even complex problems. I mean, how many people in here have used, in some fashion, a generative AI tool like ChatGPT? Yeah, that's amazing. You know, we'll see later here, ChatGPT was introduced a year ago next month. A year ago next month, and the adoption rate of it is just phenomenal. So here's some examples of generative AI in different types of industries. So there's some that are being used today in writing, video tools, audio, coding. Coding is a real big deal. There's a lot of people that are using generative AI for coding purposes today. Enhanced productivity and creation of images. And I've used it myself in terms of creating some images or enhancing images, and it provides some really nice capabilities. As I mentioned already, the adoption of generative AI is astounding. Excuse me. The one individual up there in the first line, he said that, you know, that they had like a million users of ChatGPT, you know, within a month of it being introduced. And that's just amazing that we have that many people that are already using that technology. So information assurance and AI. As AI and generative AI continue to grow, the information assurance is critical to end users, data privacy, security, and ethical use of AI systems. Oops. Yeah. I'm having directional control problems. Okay. So I'd already talked about the CIA triad for information assurance, for confidentiality, availability, integrity. And the confidentiality and the integrity side of this is probably two main issues that we've run into with generative AI. Various cybersecurity threats that we've seen used, for example, to generate highly efficient phishing email, deep fakes where voices and images of individuals are created, not their own, or created from their own, can be used to create false logins and steal information and credentials, and it's already being used in that fashion. And then cyber attacks on systems are becoming increasingly familiar as well. And there's certainly cases where it's going to be adopted more and more from the military side, as was mentioned in one of the earlier presentations as well. So let's talk about some examples of some cyber threats. I don't know if you've seen this or not, but there was some recent news items that the actor Tom Hanks was supposed to be used in this commercial, and a fake dental insurance ad using his AI image, and in fact, it wasn't Tom Hanks. That was a generated image of Tom Hanks that was being used. This one was pretty interesting. A New York attorney used ChatGPT to generate a case for legal proceedings in court. And as it turns out, the cases that were referenced in the what was presented, the cases were not correct. They had false data, and the references that was included in the cases also were not correct, and they were false references. And this case then was presented to the judge, and the judge recognized that the information was not accurate, was not correct. And I think the last I heard, the lawyer was fined something to the effect of $5,000 for using this information. This is another article where AI was being used for creating phishing email. You know, and one of the big areas, especially around this time of year with phishing, is to generate emails to send to people claiming that they've lost a package or a package isn't being delivered. And I received one not too awful long ago that said that it was from Federal Express. And it was a real nice graphical image that was included in this particular email. And it wasn't, I mean, it was much more engaging, much more professional looking than what we even usually get from Federal Express or any of the others. And it had a couple of your typical spelling errors that show up in phishing email. But by and large, it was very, very well done. And we're seeing more and more of that type of use. This was an example where a deep fake was generated by an individual, really by an individual of himself. And he made an image of himself talking, and I guess it was looked a little bit different in presentation style. It was a little bit stiffer or whatever, but the actual image looked just like the person that they created using AI. And then his language, his ability to speak, were almost identical to what the individual was. Now we're seeing this type of thing being used in other ways within organizations as well. For example, the bad guys are getting samples of people's voices and then using those samples to generate a phone call claiming that they are the person that they're representing. So you as an employee within an organization may get a phone call that they claim that they're the CEO, and there's some action that they want you to take, when in fact the voice that was generated was the voice of the CEO, but not the CEO themselves. So that's already been used and been pretty effective. So early on when looking at this, I asked ChatGPT this question that you see on the board there. Should information assurance professionals be concerned with generative AI? Now, I got a lot more comprehensive response than what you're seeing here, but just to share this part of the response that I had. So, yes, information assurance professionals should indeed be concerned with generative AI. Generative AI, including language models like the one I am based on, can generate realistic and coherent human-like text, which has both positive and potentially negative implications to cybersecurity and information assurance. So the bottom line is that even ChatGPT understands if understanding is the correct word to use, ChatGPT, from the training that it's had and the information it has available to it, make it aware that there are issues with generative AI and the information that you get from it in terms of trusting and integrity and accuracy of the information. So here, Benjamin Franklin said quite a few years ago, believe none of what you hear and half of what you see. That might be a little extreme, but the whole thing was based on, seeing is believing. And in today's world and the way that AI is going in generative AI, you need to really be careful about the information that you get and recognizing whether that information could be false information or architected information, and whether it's images or whether it's voice or sound. It's difficult sometimes today to understand what might be real. So thank you for joining us today as we discuss this fourth industrial revolution and artificial intelligence. And there's my contact information on here, and I wanted to make sure that I didn't stand too long between you and lunch. So thank you very much. If there are any questions.
Right. Dennis and Lauren are available. Anybody have any questions in the room? I'll bring the mic to you. Any questions?
No? Guess not.
I think it has to do with lunch.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
You never want to be the speaker before the lunch break, but I think you guys did a great job with it. So with that said, it is time for lunch. We're going to release in sections here. The first group to go get lunch will be guests of the Chamber of Commerce, sponsors, visiting businesses, and organizations. You should be noted on your name tag if you have a lunch or not. From when you registered, it'll say it there in the bottom corner. So you could do that. By the way, again, University of Findlay students, if you need to sign in to make sure that you get credit for being here for a class, you can do that to my right and the door over there. Again, we're releasing right now for lunch any sponsor businesses, guest organizations, things like that. After that, we'll do guests of the University of Findlay, or guest students, I should say, from Tiffin and other visiting universities. You'll be next to go, then followed by University of Findlay students, faculty, and staff.
If you are heading to lunch, please go out the same doors where we're passing out the tickets, but catering has asked that we send you out those east doors. So please, if you're heading to lunch, head out through that same area where the students are all lined up to get their tickets.
Yep, you'll work your way out that door, across the buffet, and then back in the door over where Helen is. We'll get a few minutes and we'll release others here.
I didn't know if you had turned it up before, and I just laid it down.
right, let's go ahead and release our visiting students from universities like Tiffin and other universities who are here. Again, these are visiting students from universities other than the University of Findlay. That's weird. And at this time, any University of Findlay students, faculty, or staff who are registered for lunch today, release you for lunch as well. And we'll pick back up here in about 20 minutes, where we'll have an update on Industry 4.0 and AI in manufacturing.
I have been told that we have plenty of food left. So if you are one of those people who had no on your lunch ticket, please feel free to go through the lunch line. So anybody who registered late, didn't get a lunch ticket, I was saying, you want to go now because you never know when they're going to come tear down the catering line. So please go get a lunch if you have not had one yet.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started with the second half of our day. By the way, I don't know if any of you had the can of Coke that's on your table or not. I started drinking it and thought, this is not regular Coke. What's going on with this? And if you check the can, it was made with artificial intelligence input, which is really interesting. There's cans on all of your tables, except for ours. I stole ours already, so I'm sure there might be some more around. Interestingly enough, Findlay Brewing Company actually did a beer recipe with artificial intelligence earlier in the year, too. So as you can see, there are a lot of interesting applications of artificial intelligence. I think most of us know that, and that's why we're here today. Certainly, one of the more interesting applications is in the world of industry. So here to talk about, in manufacturing. So here to talk about AI in manufacturing from GS Wiring is Will Brown and David Lamb. So we'll welcome them to the stage.
Good afternoon. My name is William Brown. I am the Information Systems Manager at GSW Manufacturing here in Findlay. With me is David Lamb. He is our software developer. He does most of the work with all the applications, web applications, as well as our mobile data sets and data collection devices and things like that. He'll be doing most of the technical discussion. Am I a little too far from the... Okay, I'm good. Okay. So today we've been talking a lot about AI, artificial intelligence. As we've heard, it's kind of hard to point to what AI might actually be. We've heard of big data, we've heard of quantum computing, all of these theoretical terms, items, things that we really can't see, can't point to, right? So part of our discussion today will be showing a few things of what we do with some form of AI, because as I mentioned, AI is a very broad topic. It can go from the idea that we have programmed something to do an activity all the way to it telling us what the next thing we need to do is. When we think of AI then, maybe a simpler definition of AI would be mimicking human activity with the use of technology. So today we've done a lot of technology discussions. I'd like to, for a moment, maybe focus a little bit on the human side, as when we talk about what makes life life, it's not the machines in our life that make our lives livable. It's mostly the relationships that we form with each other. So if you give me a moment, I would like to talk about the relationship GSW Manufacturing has had with the Findlay community over the last 35 years. If you can deduce from this slide, next year in 2024, GSW will have been manufacturing here in Findlay for the past 35 years. I have had the fortune to have spent 31 of those years with the organization. So I have actually seen majority of these items that you see on the slide. So I want to take you back, as Mr. Akuna did this morning, not quite as far as he went, but our organization is Japanese owned. It begins in 1967 with Kohei Suzuki. In that year, he opened up one of his many facilities in near Nagoya, Japan. Over the next 20 years or so, he grew quite drastically, making a number of facilities in Japan, and then expanding into the East Asia area. In the 80s, as we all remember, the Japanese corporations began coming to the U.S. to manufacture locally. As they did so, they requested their supply chains to follow suit. At that time, there was a business leader coalition here from Findlay that actually visited Japan and talked with a number of Japanese leaders. One of those leaders was Kohei Suzuki. It didn't take long for Kohei to fall in love with the Findlay area. The first stateside organization that we created was 1987, we started a company called GS Wiring Systems Incorporated. That facility was based in a small office in the back of a manufacturing plant in Carson City, California, where George Suzuki, Kohei's son, and Hector Sanchez would bring in parts from Japan, inspect them to make sure they got to the manufacturing line. In 1989, the Suzuki family decided that Findlay was the best place to base the operation. So we built the plant here in 1989, and we started growing pretty quickly. By 1993, we needed to expand the production floor, doubling the capacity to what it is today. And then in 1994, we continued to grow as we needed to tap a University of Findlay grad, David Rozier, who then was tasked to go and open up a facility in Ravenswood, West Virginia. Also later in 1994, George and his brothers liked the Findlay area so much that they decided to open up a small restaurant here on Main Street called Japan West. As we continued to grow, we realized that we needed another facility, and Mexico was a hot topic in the late 90s with NAFTA and other government organizations going and creating policies for that. So we opened up a facility through the help of another University of Findlay grad, Roger Dar, in Reynosa, Mexico. Reynosa is a town just across the border from McAllen, Texas. As we were there, we were in part of a maquila park, which meant we didn't really own any of the land or any of the buildings. We were just using the labor and producing parts. As we continued to grow, we continued to outpace every one of the buildings they built for us in that facility. Over the next 15 years, we would have to move 5 times to ever larger buildings. In 2003, though, we had to make a difficult choice. Economics were not quite working out for us. We had to close the facility in Ravenswood, West Virginia. At that time, David Rozier left the organization and started working for Toyota. Just a side note, David has done very well with himself. He has progressed up to today being the president of Toyota Motor Manufacturing West Virginia plant. Actually, tomorrow night, he is a keynote speaker at the Bowling Green State University talking about manufacturing success through human development. In 2008, George Suzuki was called back to take over the company back in Japan. So at that time, he asked GSW to assume ownership of Japan West. We did, and we still own the restaurant to this day. In 2011, we did a major renovation of the restaurant. We opened it up quite drastically from what it was to what it is today. Opened it up and made it a lighter area and a lot brighter and also we brought our sushi chef from the back to the front. And as we progressed then, we continued to grow in sales. When I started with the corporation, we had $5 million in annual sales. Last fiscal year end, we ended up with $140 million in sales. At that time in 2013, we needed another facility. There was a lot of focus of the automotive companies to open plants kind of in central Mexico. There's this one large interstate highway that GM and Honda and Mazda and Toyota have all created manufacturing plants along that area. We wanted to be close to where that action was. So we opened up a facility in Dolores Hidalgo, Mexico, which is about an hour away from that center of activity. We continue to look for new business. We are a manufacturer of wire harnesses predominantly, but we also have hose assemblies that we do as well. Currently, we have the 3 facilities here in Ohio. Findlay, this is the North American headquarters. We do the consolidation of accounting here. We do research and development. We do new business contacts, and we also are working through developing technologies. The facilities in West Reynosa and Dolores Hidalgo both have over 1,000 associates there. 90% of our annual sales comes from those two facilities, and over half of the product that comes out of those two facilities comes through Findlay, as we are the North American distribution center for the North American or Northern U.S. customers that we have. Over that time, so when I started at GSW, as we talk about growth, there were 4 computers in the entire building. Today, we operate with over 80 servers. We have hundreds of PCs, iPads, Arduinos, notebook PCs, mobile devices, cell phones. It's really amazing to think about how we've come in the last 30 years, and I can imagine what it will be like in the next 30 years. When we talk about manufacturing, GSW is a manufacturer. We basically focus, our forte is assembly, so we're not really tied to any specific product. We want to be open to assembling just about anything anybody needs to have assembled. So what we sell is the people, our individuals, right? The ability for our people to manufacture and put a product to life. We basically produce to a specific drawing. A customer will come in and give us the exact specs of what they want. We will take that information and come up with a way to produce that product. This is our main forte of how we do this. Like I say, we do this predominantly, we've done this with electronic wiring. So we will take components from around the world, wires, terminals, seals. We'll use then machines, and we'll use humans to make fabricate the product to the specifications of the customer. When we talk about then the AI part, so we've been doing AI technically for a very long time. When we think about mimicking human activity, of course we have robots that we've employed throughout the manufacturing plant that will move products from here to there. They will assist the human in the ability to detect problems and defects. We work with the idea that we're trying to improve the process for our human capital, the associates that we have at the facility, to make them more efficient and make them better what they do. In that effect, then, we're working through quality systems, we work through operational efficiencies, we're trying to improve our decision making. So I have used ChatGPT, generative AI. It's something that we're trying to see how we can implement more. We don't have a lot of it yet, as it is only a year old. But it is definitely starting to see, we're starting to see that the impact the ChatGPT is having, or the generative AI capabilities are working through. These are some of the applications that we see having an impact with AI. Of course, from our predictive maintenance, we do have applications today that are, as we do our activity, we collect that data. That data then feeds into a system that tells us when these blades may need to be changed so that we don't have a downtime situation. It's easier for us, or better for us, to keep that line running constantly, as we are a repetitive manufacturer. We make the money pennies at a time, I say, because every product that we make isn't worth a whole lot to the OEM, so we have to make a lot of them quickly. So to keep a line running, we want to make sure that we can predict when we know certain things will happen, so we can reduce the amount of time that machine is not in operation. We do a lot of quality checks, of course. We want to make sure that we have the best quality, world-class quality for our customers. That's kind of expected from them. They will definitely always look at that, and we have to deal with that a lot any time that there's a quality claim or a defect in the field. We need to review those and make sure that we are learning from those opportunities and improving our process. Of course, in supply chain management, Today, we're seeing a little bit of a reversal of supply chain. We had for years had been trying to broaden the supply chain, adding into it. But somebody gets caught, especially in the U.S., when we have lead times to foreign countries. There's a long lead time there. If you really want to get it the most efficient way, you're going to put it on a boat. And a boat can take 4 weeks to get across the ocean. That's a long time for us to tie up our capital as well as our planning. So we have to have ERP systems, the enterprise resource planning processes that we employ to let us peer into the future, see what we can see. Those are some areas we like to see AI possibly do some advancements as well. If there's some generative functionalities there, we're looking for those opportunities that we can try to predict. That's what we're basically doing by the systems we have today. But that is a long time to predict. So we're working on concepts of how we can reduce that lead time. So a lot of it now is a little bit more of onshoring, especially after the COVID effects on the supply chain. We're trying to get maybe multi-vendors, a vendor that we can get from overseas, but also one that we can source locally as well. With that, I'd like to move into David's portion of the presentation. We're going to go through a current example of a system that we have that we're working on at the plant.
Hi, everybody. I'm David Lamb. I'm the software developer at GSW Wiring. I've been there for a little over a year or so now. I graduated from BGSU in 2021 with my computer science bachelor's. So I'm going to kind of go into kind of like a real-world example we're running right now in the automatic crimping line. So we have a new auto line. So when I came into the company, they were finishing up this line in development. The goal was to take that manpower and move it somewhere else and then have the crimping on the terminals go automatically. So right now, we have like kind of this basic system. It tries to detect if the wire's missing. So there's 4 wires that go into this crimper. All of them have sort of this color that they have to follow. They have this crimp type, which we'll get to in a minute. They have to follow this certain format, and they have to meet certain specs to do this. And currently, there's a camera system that kind of sees the line there, and that's sort of a picture that I have on there of the line there. Those 3 top-down areas are where the wires go in, and they crimp based on the color of the wire. So we are able to detect if the wire is missing. So if we don't have the 4 wires in, when it gets into the camera system, the machine puts it off to the side. So then it needs to be visually inspected by somebody. And then there's also if the crimp, it kind of detects if crimps are bad or if like a wire is hanging out of the terminal. It will also flag it, but we've had many issues with that, which I'll get to here. So these are kind of like good and bad examples of terminals. So the one on my left here is a good example of a terminal that was crimped properly from the machine. So in the previous times when humans were doing this, they would be able to see where they're crimping, instantly see if it was wrong. But since we're having the machine auto do this, now there's an inspection area at the end of the line that has to catch this. So bad crimps like the one in the middle there, you can kind of see down there at the bottom that there's a wire hanging out of the terminal there. That's no good. So we could cause shorts or electrical issues in a car if the wires aren't properly sitting in the terminal. And then the other one isn't as obvious, which is where some of the false flags are going to come from the machine, is there's like a little bell on the terminal. And in this case, this terminal got twisted and the bell didn't format properly onto the terminal. So that's going to cause issues down the line as well. So our problems that we're running into currently is that it misses bad parts sometimes. So it doesn't see if the bell is incorrect on the terminal, or it might not catch one of the wires is a little bit off. So right now it's all human-based. And then when it does do bad part or flag good parts as bad parts, it slows down our production line quite a bit. And the goal of this line was to increase efficiency and get everybody moving on the line faster. As Will said, we got to turn out product. So here is a video of the line. I went out there and took a video while they were running production for this line. So as you can see, there's a robot arm that kind of comes over, and the operator on the left side puts it into the robot arm, and then it kind of moves it up, does the crimp, and then it waits for the next arm to come back and get it, does the next crimp, waits for the next arm, does the next crimp. And as you'll see here, it's, you know, it's decently fast, and we're doing 4 different terminals on 4 different wires there. And then there at the end, right there, that's where it's inspecting it and then dropping it into the bin here. So, sort of like the idea of the process. And then here's with a picture of like the whole camera system. So we had to take a vertical camera picture of this camera because it's a very tall camera that's looking straight down at the wire terminals. There's also a screen where the operator that put the wire on the line is seeing that all those colors of the wires there in the terminals on that little screen on the left. So they're able to kind of look at that as it goes over and then it drops into the bin. So here is the camera's view of the terminals. So in this case, this is actually bad because we're missing a wire there. There should be 2 black wires. And there's only a white, a blue, and 1 black. So that would have been flagged as a problem. Somebody needs to inspect that to make sure that's okay. We have had issues too where the crimping crimped off spec a little bit, and then it's kind of hard to tell that's off until you kind of measure it out. But there was another good wire there. That's kind of what we're looking for. And this isn't exactly how the camera, it's more straight down, but we couldn't interrupt production to necessarily get the camera view. So here's the technical part of how we want to improve this. So previously, before I worked at GSW, my internship was in steering angle prediction. So I published a research paper with a professor at BGSU and a data science student, and he's doing a master's degree. And we looked into steering angle prediction, and our focus was convolutional neural networks, which are basically AI models that we train that take images through layers and essentially learn the output, try to read the image. So training options, so when I was doing steering angle predictions, it was mainly curves, straight roads, trying to get that, because the problem with cars currently is some of the features like lane assist and steering assist kind of are hit or miss depending on the road lines. So if you're driving down a country road, you'd have problems with steering because it wouldn't know where the lines are that you want to steer in. So that was like one example. But in wiring cases, we have multiple data sets we can kind of train with. So we can do bad parts only, which would be those wires that are sticking out, crimps lengths improper, those bells not looking correctly on the terminal. We could do only good parts, and that would be our ideal situation for all the wires. And then we can do our both good and bad parts if we wanted to like put into one massive data set. Some of the implementation learning curves and tough things to go through when doing AI stuff is the required hardware. So when I was doing steering angle prediction, we had resources like Ohio Supercomputing. So we could send in jobs to do the data analysis for us. And it was really nice because you just send a job in and it would process everything for you and then spit it out you an email or a message saying, hey, the job's done. Now, I was fortunate enough to have hardware on my own that I could train some of the AI with, but it took hours to do. So it's not exactly ideal, so that's one thing we have to worry about. And then we would have to build our own data set, of course, of what we would want to train this AI on. We would need to show it what either good or bad wires. It could be both, probably would be both. And then we would want to set the accuracy parameters because we want this to be like a tool for the operator on the left side of the line. So if the AI flags a part, we want the screen there to say, hey, this part was flagged for this issue, we're not 100%, so we're going to put this off to the side. You need to inspect this based on this criteria that we flagged it. Because currently with the basic system, there's no flag. It just throws the wire off to the side, so then somebody has to come over from quality and look at that wire. And usually they'll take them in bunches and kind of take them back to an inspect area. So another AI thing that Will kind of touched on, we have ERP software. So the ERP software is pretty crucial to our business here in manufacturing. And one of the big tools that our programming team has developed is a request to quote system. So that's where we do all our bill of material, getting the quote from the customer, the business, resending that quote out to the customer. All that happens on this web application that was built by a bunch of programmers, and then I kind of maintain now. So one of the big improvements is we get these drawings, as Will said, from the customer. They come in and we have to have BOM people or engineers look at this and then map out the BOM, well, manually right now. And then we save that drawing, and then that drawing is going to be used down the line, or we could reference it back if we need to. So we want to take an AI or predictive AI to read these drawings and essentially try to get the BOM mostly right for the engineering staff, so they don't have to spend so much time try to make all this BOM work, because that's a ton of time. So we've had some new customers that were all EV based, and they have wiring harness. It was like an EV bus, and the wiring harness was about as long as to the other stairwell to about where I'm at, and it goes the entire length of the bus. And the BOM for that on the RFQ system was massive. There was so many components, like hundreds and tons of circuits that they had to build on that. Having an AI take that drawing from that customer and then kind of building out most of that BOM for them would save so much time, because then it comes down to review and material picking. So do we need this new material? What do we need to do here? And then they can allocate their time towards more things like tooling and equipment and what we're going to need to make this in production. And then we were looking at doing price estimation. So this is something I started this year with purchasing team. We were looking at, there was really no way for us to track estimate pricings here at GSW. So we were kind of just, this person knows a good estimate. This is what it is going to be if we don't know what the material price is, because we're waiting on a supplier to come back with the pricing. So I've made it so the RFQ system is now logging that data and then giving back estimations that we can track. And then now the AI would take that data and be able to look at types of material and then say, hey, this is a good estimation, put this in here so we can get a pretty accurate quote to the customer. Because we don't want to be reopening quotes and then being like, hey, we got this price wrong. We need to reevaluate this price with the customer. We kind of want to finalize that business as quickly and as accurately as possible. So challenges. So data privacy, a lot of that stuff's been kind of talked about throughout the day today. Security, the integration, workforce, uplifting. So basically, if we use an AI to replace such a basic job or, enhance a job, what training do these associates need to, keep moving on? And then, of course, some people aren't too familiar with AI, so they might think, oh, it's going to replace my job completely. So resistance to change is always possible. And then I'll let Will kind of hit up on the ethics here.
So as David was alluding to, there's definitely thoughts that we have to consider as we move forward. I like to liken AI as a tool, and we had tool changes forever, right? Typewriters, computers, pens that can write for you, or dictate for you. So there's a lot of tools out there, and the idea is definitely that we always have to look at that tool and make sure it's the right tool for the job. That we're always thinking about what the implications are of doing that tool. And as I mentioned, Dave Rozier's speech tomorrow night, he's looking at manufacturing success through human development. Does AI help us develop humans? I think it could. As I say, AI can be a tool that we can use. Of course, we also have to be thinking of who uses that tool. As Lauren Wagner had talked about information assurance in generative AI. Who's using that tool to do what with it? So we also have to be thinking of the same way. As they think of that tool for nefarious good, we need to think of that tool how we can defend against that nefarious good. That's how we continue to think about our ethical implications on how we utilize that tool. Because every tool can be used for good and bad. We have to make sure that we're always making those right choices. So in conclusion, basically we've talked a little bit about AI in manufacturing, how we utilize that at GSW. We're looking to the future still because we are still early in our thoughts about some of this generative AI, trying to find the right tool, trying to make the right mix, making sure that we're moving forward and not being left behind by other organizations who are utilizing this technology, and always thinking about how to secure the data and how to make sure that we're not missing out on opportunities. Are there any questions?
Anyone have any questions? I'll bring the mic to you so everyone can hear.
Mark does.
All right, Mark from Whirlpool. Of course you'd have a question about manufacturing. There you go.
Okay, with you guys implementing this AI, did you see a step-level improvement in your quality and then maybe a decrease in tack time once you involved the AI? Did you see that improvement with that?
Yes. Basically, most of it is in the vision system area. So we've implemented these vision systems, not just in Findlay, but we've also done these in Reynosa, where that quality improves. Does the tack time improve as well? Probably not, right? Because that takes time, like, as you saw there. It took a little time for that to detect. Now, it seems like pretty fast, right? Because it did 4 wires all at once. And a human probably would take a little longer to do that. But that still is, every time it has to stop for those 3 or 4 seconds or 2 to 3 seconds, that's time that you're taking away. And as I said, we're seconds per piece, right? We are to that point, so we have to keep that product line moving.
That's great. Good job.
Other questions? Anyone else? Not hearing any questions. Thank you so much. We appreciate both of you.
Thank you very much.
Doug, we have something we're adding to the agenda that's on your list. Is it okay if I do something because our next session is not until 1, but we have some fun things for everybody in this room. Are you ready? Yeah? No? We're going to do some drawings for a $25 Amazon gift card, but you have to be here. You have to be here to win. Okay? All right. Get ready. For the first gift card, does anyone have a birthday today? Anyone have a birthday today? Does anyone have a birthday this week? Okay, no birthdays this week of October. You have a birthday. Wonderful. When is your birthday? Here we go. Tell folks who you are and when your birthday is.
My name's Turner Marco, and my birthday is this Sunday, October 29th.
Fantastic. Well, you won the first Amazon gift card. You're going to see Brett over there at the Centralcom table. He has the gift card for you. Okay. And happy birthday. Thank you. All right. While I'm doing this, I also want to do a special shout out to George and his team from Tiffin University, and from Joe and his team from UNOH. They came from us, of course, from Tiffin and also from Lima. We also have other students here that did not indicate which universities or colleges you actually came from. We want to welcome you as well. And we hope that the UF students and all of us made you feel at home here and you're learning something. So thank you, George. Thank you, Joe, and all the students that did come to our forum this year. All right, the next $25 drawing. Who would have driven the farthest to come to the forum? Did anybody drive over 50 miles? Okay, how many miles did you drive? 53, okay. Anybody drive 75 miles? Oh, somebody's got a hand up, okay. How many miles did you drive?
$90.
90 miles. And your name and where did you drive from?
I come from Columbus, and my name is Mohammed Muzammil Ahmed.
Thank you. Anybody further than 90 miles to come today? All right. Congratulations. When we're done with this, see Brett over at the Central Com table, okay? All right, I've got a few more.
Every week.
Every week?
175 miles.
But did you drive there today? Oh, sorry, it needed to be today. All right. The next one. We are lucky today because we have some folks in the audience that are couples and they're married. So I guess my question to those couples that are married, who's been married the longest? Uh-huh. How many years?
56.
56. Not 56? Anyone else? All right, Susie and Dave. They have an Amazon gift card. Congratulations. That's wonderful. 56 years. I love it. All right. Now, I have 2 or 3 more to go. And Dennis, are you still in the room? Acuna? Okay, great. Dennis, I have a question. And you're going to judge whether the person who decides to be brave and answer this question answered it accurately. Who can explain CRISPR? There's no cheating. Can anybody explain? Saw your hand first. You want to explain it to folks?
CRISPR is a DNA editing tool that we can use, or doctors can use, to edit birth defects while still in utero and some other fun things.
Is that acceptable? Oh, he didn't hear it. One more time.
CRISPR is a DNA editing tool.
All right. Then you have the 4th Amazon gift card. Brett? Oh, and you didn't say who you were and where you're from. Sorry.
My name is Maggie Wood, and I'm with Spirion Staffing and Recruiting.
Okay, thank you so much for being with us today. And I forgot to tell everybody, it's Dave and Susie Healy. They're the ones that have been married 56 years. Right? All right, next one. Lauren, are you here? Are you still here, Lauren? Okay. Lauren's going to judge whether the answer is good or not. Who is willing to explain a definition of AI? You can't use the information here. You go, whatever you think. Who's volunteering? Whosever hand I see first. Okay.
AI is the process for emulating or simulating human behavior.
Lauren, is that all right? Is that answer? Okay, all right. Then you have the next, and I have one more Amazon gift card. This is for Will and Dave, who just gave a presentation. You get to judge, if you're here somewhere, there you are, whether this answer is appropriate or not. Who is willing to explain predictive maintenance? Who? Whose hand I see first? Predictive maintenance. Okay. You were first. I didn't see anybody else put their hand up. They weren't brave like you, Leo.
It's using data that you have to predict when a piece of equipment needs maintenance before it fails.
Okay. Well, fantastic. I hope you enjoyed these last 6 questions and the reward. That was sponsored by my company, Centricom, and we just thought it would be a good thing to wrap up. Do you have another? I do. Oh, Brett just told me. He's my marketing manager. Yeah, Joe. Joe gets one. He says we have one more. I didn't know that. Okay. So I should do one more? Oh, we're going to have to think of something. Maybe I can find something in here.
What?
Oh, okay. Hey, someone from the audience gave us a really good question. If you've been paying attention on the screen, what is the date of next year's IA Forum? Oh, young man? We have someone that was watching. There you go.
October 30th, 2024.
It sounds right. Helen? Is that right? October 30th? Okay. And who are you? And what school, please?
Xander Rittenauer and I come to Findlay.
You come to Findlay. Fantastic. All right. Well, again, everyone, I hope you enjoyed. We weren't planning necessarily to do this. We just thought it would be kind of fun to be able to give away some gift cards and have a little bit of a break before we go to our 1 o'clock. We do have about 2, 3, 4 minutes before the 1 o'clock session starts. Feel free to wander around a bit, and I'm going to turn it back over to Doug to get us started at 1 o'clock when it's time. Is that okay? Okay. Helen, you have any other announcements? Oh, yes. Oh, we've got something for each table. My bad. Helen told me this, and I screwed up. I'm sorry. I did. On your table, you will see a bowl of candy. You will see a Coke can, and you're going to see a wonderful little robot. Hold on just a second. Okay, here's the little robot on the table. Here is a Coke can, and you know what's special about this Coke can? This Coke is a new flavor that was co-created by Coke using AI. So it's a brand new flavor, and you can get it in the stores now. They're testing it. And it was literally created with Coke using AI. All right, on your table, the Coke goes to the person who is the oldest, because we need the energy. So whoever is the oldest at the table gets the Coke. All right, the robot. Whoever is the youngest at the table gets the robot. Okay? So the oldest gets the Coke and the youngest gets the robot. And the candy in the center is for everyone.
And you can point out, there's a list here of things that maybe they might want to think about.
Oh, and Helen told me one more thing. On the back of your cards, there's a list of things. What will your workplace of the future look like? And there's bunches of questions. That'll give you something to talk about at your table as well. So enjoy. We'll get started at 1 o'clock in just a few minutes, and we're going to learn about learning. Anything else? All right. Thank you, everyone. We really appreciate you being here.
can have our panel members for the next segment come on up and have a seat at the table, we'll go ahead and get started with our roundtable discussion. Again, if you're serving on the panel here for the AI and Future of Learning discussion, go ahead and come on up. So the next segment of today's presentation will focus on the world of education and the impact of artificial intelligence. It'll be a panel roundtable discussion. On our roundtable today, Harley Ferris, a PhD and the University of Findlay Assistant Professor of English and Writing. Beverly Fanning, from the visiting Associate Professor of Graphic Design. Scott Freehafer, or Dr. Scott Freehafer, from the University of Findlay and Associate Professor of Business. Also, Lucas Gross, an instructor of teaching, radiation safety officer, clinical coordinator of diagnostic services in the Department and Director of Medical Laboratory Science. Also on our panel today will be Rebecca Quintus from the University of Findlay, the Director of Library Services. Kyle Wagner, or Dr. Kyle Wagner, an Assistant Professor of Education, and Dr. Dominic Wilson, an Assistant Professor of Computer Science. Without further ado, we'll get started with our roundtable discussion.
Thanks so much for that introduction and for the invitation to be here. We have, is this not on? Closer? Closer. Good. All right. So we've put together a panel. Do we have enough chairs? More seats? Dominic, you got a spot? Okay. We've put together folks from different colleges across the university so that we can provide what we hope is kind of a snapshot of where we're currently thinking about AI and learning right now. As faculty, we wear lots of different hats. We're researchers, we're scholars, we're practitioners, clinicians, and experts in our field, and are participating in moving that knowledge forward. But we're also educators, and so we are enculturating students into our disciplines, or at least getting them familiar with what's going on in our disciplines. So in our mission for equipping students for meaningful lives and productive careers, we're thinking about how do we get them ready for the uses of AI that we know that are impacting every field that they'll move into. But we're also educators at a liberal arts school where we are also trying to give students critical thinking skills, a wide range of perspectives, a humanitarian focus. So all of these things give us all of these different facets that we have to be thinking through. How does AI impact the work that we do? Because we do lots of different kinds of work with it. Obviously, there's rapid changes. Nobody really has a good sense of what's going on and where this is headed. We just seems like we're responding each week to the new developments and new news. And so certainly our technology is outpacing our practices. So as we think about what is our role as researchers, practitioners, educators, it's a lot easier for us sometimes to know what not to do or what would not be helpful than it is to really know what is a best practice and what is good to do. And of course, that discussion by field changes frequently. It's not unilateral across the board, which is why we have representation from all these different colleges. So again, today is a snapshot. I have several questions that I've put together that are sort of broad brush that we'll ask different folks to weigh in on. Some may not be relevant to everyone, so feel free to say pass. We're also keeping this really casual, so I invite you all to speak to each other as well and to hop in with your own questions. And hopefully we'll have a little time for some questions here as well. So again, so I'm Dr. Harley Ferris. I teach in the English program, and I also direct our university writing center and have been working through how AI is affecting writing and the teaching of writing in multiple different ways. And so I think what I'll do is I'll start with the first question, and then for the first time that you all speak, if you would just offer your name and your department as well, and that will just sort of remind everybody who we are and what we're representing. So I want to start with the first question, which is just, when do you recall first learning that AI was something that could or was impacting your field?
Hi, I'm Kyle Wagner. I'm an assistant professor in the College of Education, School Psychology program. I guess before I came here, I was actually working at a software company where we developed academic assessment for teachers to use in schools. And so right away, you start thinking about AI, developing questions and items, and how can we leverage AI for those purposes and be wary of what AI can do in those spaces as well. So that's probably about 2019 or so.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Lucas Gross, and I'm in the nuclear medicine program. The first time that I heard about AI was actually in 2003 when we came out with our radiology information system and our picture archiving communication system, RISPAC system, which stores all of your data for your radiology departments for a hospital. And at that time, we were able to actually send the data over that had some depth to it so we could reprocess it in many different locations and off of different vendors and modalities. So we started to combine them together. And so that's when you started to get the nuclear medicine fusion with the CT and the MR. It's called radionomics. The term has come and gone already and been surpassed with many others since then.
Hello, Scott Freehafer, College of Business. February 2022, I signed into ChatGPT for my first time. I guess that makes me an early adopter. Some nice results. I asked it a question. I teach human resource management and business ethics, and I asked it, what are some ways to recruit employees? My wife is a human resource person, so is my son, and teaching that area, I wanted to see, does ChatGPT add some value? Oh my goodness. It did. So I've actually been in the process of integrating the use of artificial intelligence into how the students learn to do human resources, which is interesting, that using technology to do human resources.
Good afternoon. I'm Beverly Fanning, Visiting Associate Professor of Graphic Design, and I have 20 years of industry experience as an in-house graphic designer as well as a freelance consultant. I am also a digital artist and an educator. And in particular to my area of work that I do, it's primarily focused on the applied arts. And the applied arts are different or unique from the fine arts. It's commercial art, so we have a very strong function and purpose to what we do. We have an audience and we have a client. The work that we do also in commercial art is highly influenced by technology. And as we know that technology is of ethereal value, we have to definitely keep pace and on top of it. I was first introduced to artificial intelligence actually in graduate school. I graduated from the University of Findlay, and I took all the traditional art classes. I worked on the very first version of Adobe Photoshop, and that was my real introduction to technology in general and digital creation. When I got to graduate school, I was again exposed or introduced with a lot more opportunities and to use different tools that I had never worked for before. And so I would say that was my first introduction to just what is capable, but then also how much that impacts the work that we do as digital artists and creatives. So I actually ended up completing my thesis after 3 years on the lost craft of design. And it was specific to the influence of, at that time, the artificial intelligence movement and the overproduction of commercialized or machine focused art. So that's where I'm coming from. 20 years later, I'm now here, so I'll follow up on that.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Quintus. I'm the Director of Library Services. I think the key phrase here is first learning about AI and the impact, because I have used systems that have obviously benefited from AI algorithms for searching search systems, for locating information. And so I may not have been aware what was actually happening behind the scenes. My focus was more on maximizing the user interface, how I can get the most out of it so I can be productive in finding the information that I'm looking for. So it's like what others have said earlier, ChatGPT has brought AI to the public, but it has certainly been an impact in our various disciplines in ways we may not have known
Hi, I am Dominic Wilson, and I teach in the in the Department of Computer Science. And as you might imagine, computer science is very related to AI. In fact, the first AI conference was in 1956. So AI, or having thinking machines, or machines that demonstrate thinking qualities, has always been one of the aims of computer science. Personally, I got interested in AI when I was in graduate school about 20 years ago, and I got to see the breadth and depth of research that was being done in AI, especially in manufacturing. I did some graduate research with Daimler Chrysler on their welding processes that they were trying to use AI to improve. And we used different AI systems. There is a broad variety of AI systems, and you might be amazed at the amount of AI that is in products that we use right now. If you go to, for instance, a modern car these days has between 30 to 100 processors. A lot of the control systems that run on our cars are based on AI. So I've been interested in AI in the last 20 years. I've done some research on fuzzy logic systems, evolutionary algorithms, but it seems as if the greatest improvements have been made with systems that are based on neural networks, which ChatGPT is one of those systems.
Great, thank you all. And to play along myself, I'm surprisingly a late adopter, and in part because I think the teaching of writing, which is where I've been focusing mostly, has been very much a relational, one-on-one or small group kind of mentoring and guiding and teaching and that kind of thing. And I think, well, yeah, I'm going to get around to playing with that at some point and see what its use is, until all of a sudden inboxes flooded with, what are you doing about this, Harley? And we'll look what the rest of our field is saying. And there are people in our field who have been studying computers and writing since the early 80s and have been anticipating the ways that AI would affect the teaching of writing, certainly the execution of writing. But again, I'm interested in how students learn. And so finding a tool that can automate so much of writing is something that we've all kind of been approaching with great concern. But the thing that actually flipped it for me was beginning to play with it for myself and to use AI in the development of lesson plans and helping me through syllabi and discovering where is it useful, where is it replacing work, but where is it augmenting work so that we can do more with it. So I'm going to go off script already for our second question, which is just really to kind of build on what we just asked. But first, a quick poll. Whose field, do you think your field it is imperative that we understand and move forward with AI quickly, or is it just simply an additional thing that's there, right? Like, how many folks would you say your field is absolutely, it's imperative that we get a handle on AI in its current state? Yeah, right. So that's kind of what I anticipated. So I want to ask then this follow-up question. We're going to stay with the happy before we get into the dour. But what are you excited about, potentials for the possibilities of AI? And I'll begin this time. One of the things I think AI is really exciting for is thinking about accessibility, leveling the playing field, using it as a writing partner. So many times, students who have not benefited from the preparation that folks in, just quite bluntly, rich neighborhoods get in their nice schools, as they come to the university, is their language gets in their way of their ideas. and they are focused on, and many faculty as well, are focused on the product and the production, the polish of the final thing, that the students are now focused on their grammar, and they're focused on their punctuation and their spelling, and less interested in investing in their ideas. So I see ChatGPT and other writing tools as one way of allowing students to create a rough draft, and then just in the same way a professional writer hires an editor, a student can use ChatGPT for polish. So we're thinking through the ethical implications of that, but that's one area I'm excited about. So I'd be curious if some or all of you would like to weigh in. What are you excited about that AI can do to change the nature of your business? So.
Well, last night I was teaching human resource management in our MBA program, and the AI has caused me to rethink not flipping the classroom, but flipping the script in terms of how I cover material. So we were talking about job design and doing job analysis, and I took him through the process of doing that. And then I took him to ONET, which is a Department of Labor resource that has thousands of jobs that have been analyzed. I copied and pasted all of the information into ChatGPT for a dentist. And then I asked ChatGPT to summarize the information, which if it was a Word document, it would have taken about 15 pages of information from ONET. It summarized it in about 5 blocks of information, from job requirements to expectations and so forth. Then I asked it to take a look at what kind of recruiting process that we should be thinking about for a dentist. And then I asked it to write an ad using a made-up name of a dental clinic. And I gave it 4 prompts that said, I want the ad to include a 4-day work week, excellent pay and benefits, a great staff to work with, and up to $200,000 of student loan repayment. And it did it. And then I asked it to write a 30-second radio ad. And it did it. Now, I think you still have to humanize what the output, but it's the prompt that is the important thing to me. What is the human input going into the system? We still have to be creative in how we use it and then how we interpret the use. I also showed students an assignment that I had given them in the prior week, and it was to analyze, to really just write down the 10 things that Dr. David Ulrich talked about as the keys to human resource management. And I searched it on ChatGPT to see what ChatGPT said David Ulrich said were the 10 keys. Came up with the wrong 10 keys. Wasn't anything related to what he talked about in the video that they were supposed to summarize. So we had a good discussion about what technology can do, but what you have to fact check to make sure that it is doing what you think it's going to do. Otherwise, you're going to be looking like a fool.
I am excited about the possibilities that AI are bringing, specifically with large language models. ChatGPT is one. There's possibilities for businesses to customize the model and give it further training on data that is specific to their industry. So we're looking at a whole growth industry that could develop out of this, and some of the applications we are not even beginning to think about yet. It's kind of like when the internet started, we couldn't, it's impossible to predict what kind of applications are going to come out of having the ability to automate human-like decisions. So I think these are very exciting times for us, as well as for our students who are going to be working on this.
I think I'd like to, Harley gave me kind of a nice prompt with accessibility. So I'm a school psychologist and teacher in a school psych program, and our main role in schools is to find kids with disabilities, figure out how those disabilities are barriers to education, and find ways around those barriers. And so if we're talking about a student with a specific learning disability in writing, reading, all of a sudden we have a tool. We have a tool to completely bypass their disability and allow them to access content, either through teachers creating content easier or through the student being able to create content despite a disability. And so our ability to find pathways for students to access education has a potential to get a lot easier. And it's really exciting figuring out how we're going to figure that out. And then on the other side, teaching students how to do research in higher ed. Many of my students writing lit reviews, you know, their first barrier, again, is not even knowing what keywords are. But I can have my students go to ChatGPT and say, hey, I'm looking for peer-reviewed literature on this broad topic. How do I find it? They're getting search terms, Booleans to put them together, databases to look in, and a great start to look at literature to even get into the spot where they can do research. And so both aspects, the higher ed and then facilitating student education, there's a lot of exciting things on the horizon.
I'm not sure. Am I good on time?
You started us in 2003, I'm sure. AI.
Yeah, I followed it closely since that time as well, everybody. I'm looking forward to better healthcare outcomes. There's so many different factors that go into treating a disease that's progressing at different paces within everybody based off their demographics, their history, their hereditary. There's so many factors that we can't formulate this at this time, but with AI and big data and clinical decision supports, we can help get evidence-based practice, and that's what we need. We don't need a best practice, we need evidence-based practice based off of your criteria. We need to be able to find what's the best solution for you to have the highest outcome and the best quality of life that you can have.
So picking up where I had left off about my thesis on the lost craft of design, I will say today what I'm most excited about in terms of AI is the possibilities. You know, just what you're capable of being able to do with this tool. And about, you know, during that time, again, when artificial intelligence came out, we started to see how it was impacting design process and design thinking, and then production, and then outcome. There was a lot of kind of like, oh, we'll be okay, because AI can never replace creativity, and it can never replace originality. Well, now we're actually seeing, yeah, because of the advances in you know, generative image synthesis and content creation, it is literally creating creative in what the unfortunately some of these big tech companies are calling original works of art, and that are not done by a human or human interaction. You know, outside of just prompts primarily. So I get excited about new tools. I was excited when I was introduced to Photoshop, you know, digitally set text. I was excited for digital photography. You know, I learned you know, a darkroom photography working with black and white film. So when digital came out, I'm like, this is great. No more film, that's expensive. No more chemicals, right? And so with these new tools that we adapted as digital artists and you know, designers, you know, it seemed like it just kept getting better and better. You know, it reduced the process, which goes back to you know, what Dr. Ferris was mentioning, where that process, some of that redundant kind of like you have to go through the steps, and it's very arduous. So we can do things faster, we can expedite things depending on the technology. But I think, you know, so I'm most excited about the opportunities, but it's also with a little, kind of maybe this is where we're segueing into, you know, with that sense of responsibility and also awareness, because this does affect our industry. incredibly so. So those Coca-Cola, containers that you were introduced to today, the packaging design. What was interesting about that is Forms Magazine wrote an article just recently in March 2023, and I actually looked it up as that was getting introduced, and it was called "The Amazing Ways Coca-Cola Uses Generative AI in Art and Advertising." And literally the first paragraph or a quote from that article said, "Some may say that in the very near future, we will need to either adopt artificial intelligence or be made redundant by it." So basically, either you adapt or you move to the side. And it says, if this is true, artists, designers, and creators are going to be the most at stake. And so that was literally March, of 23. And it is true because, these experiments that some of the major companies are taking on, what they're doing is they're replacing some of the traditional processes that designers and visual artists typically would do. And they're, because it's all of an interest right now. Well, what can AI come up with? We want to see what it can generate. So it is a threat in many aspects, because of that reason. However, it is exciting. And going back to the point of I always get excited to show students a new tool and a new resource, but at the same time, they're also seeing the implications that this could have on their career.
I think in information area, publication, just scholarly research, the information retrieval tools have gotten so much more sophisticated, and just being able to locate information has gotten to the point that you don't need a mediator to help you find information. It's available to you because of the different tools out there. And the one concern, perhaps, as it starts to monitor your search patterns, that it could potentially put you into these echo chambers that they've talked about too. But it also then just gives you control over being able to find all this information out there. So I think in my field, I think that's probably one of the most exciting parts of technology, what it's been able to do for us.
And this is a perfect segue because I wanted to move into concerns and issues and perhaps ethics. And Rebecca, actually, I want to put you right back on the spot because we've worked closely for the last several months on AI, and we all had a good chuckle when you circulated an email that warned librarians that ILL requests were beginning that were completely bogus. And so that was maybe a small ramification in light of certainly things that might be life or death in the health professions and such. But maybe briefly, because I'd like to open it up for questions in just a minute, what is something that is maybe keeps you up at night or you're worried about related to your field or sector?
That's exactly what I had put down as one of the concerns in the scholarly publishing industry. One of the biggest concerns now in the use of ChatGPT in particular is using, it's like what someone said earlier, you have to use the right tool for the task at hand, the right tool. And in this case, people are using ChatGPT to generate citations, and they get bogus citations, fabrications. And so this has been something that I've seen in a number of articles published by publishers that researchers need to be aware that you cannot use ChatGPT for creating citations. And this actually could be a red flag for reviewers that when they look at the citations, if it shows that they are not accurate, that the integrity of that article itself is problematic then. So it's as we're seeing what's happening here with ChatGPT, this is going to be kind of an ongoing concern that that everyone will be looking at in the future.
ChatGPT brings a lot of benefits, but we have to be aware of concerns also with ChatGPT. And there might be tasks that it does better than humans, and businesses would rather have ChatGPT do that task because it can do them at a faster rate and at a lower cost. And one issue I have with ChatGPT looking down the road and with large language models in general, they're trained by with data that's large amounts of data that's available over the internet. Now, a lot of that data, for instance, if we're thinking about the data that's used to train models in programming, they come from sources such as Stack Overflow. Now, those websites, they're basically websites, they have their own business model, and their business model requires users to visit the website, and they might have adverts beside whatever code they display. But if everyone is using ChatGPT, then that means they're not visiting Stack Overflow. So it's like what happens in future when those websites no longer provide the training data? You know, another issue is now you have people answering questions on Stack Overflow using answers they generate from ChatGPT. So that is kind of like a feedback loop where if there are issues with those responses, it kind of taints the source that is being used to train the models themselves. So those are some of the issues. There are other issues I also have. We will probably get to talk about them when it comes to students' use of, yes. But in terms of programmer use, meaning ChatGPT being used by programmers, one issue I have is that with the jobs that programmers do, they're usually under a lot of pressure to get a lot of code completed in a short amount of time. And that involves what is known as technical debt in the industry, where you get the code to work. It's not in a perfect state, but it's working. Okay, and what is left to be done is known as technical debt. Well, ChatGPT might increase the amount of technical debt that is left in code. Another issue, if you've used ChatGPT, well, if you've used one of the large language models that are used for programming, say GitHub Copilot, then you would notice that it gives you suggestions and you get to choose from, say, one of 3 or 4 suggestions to do your code completion. But it doesn't give you much context. If you were to use, like, say, Stack Overflow, then you get to see a lot of explanation beside the code. And that kind of gives you a lot of extra context and tells you when you should use that code versus when you should not. Without that context, a lot of programmers, especially inexperienced programmers, might actually building kind of like a house of cards, which is really on shaky ground, especially when you're developing complex software.
And we're being cognizant of time, just briefly, if possible, Scott, Lucas, Kyle, challenges, concerns?
Similarly, in terms of solutions that haven't been vetted, right? So one of my concerns is that teachers looking for an intervention, looking for an instructional strategy out in K through 12 schools, right now they're already going to Pinterest, which I don't love, instead of things like What Works Clearinghouse or Intervention Central, places that have been vetted with research. My next concern is that instead of Pinterest, they go to ChatGPT. They get an answer that might sound good, but we have no idea whether this solution they're going to try works and is effective. There's no research behind it. There's no evidence. There's just a generated response. And hopefully they have the expertise to at least see if it passes the sniff test, but we don't have any hard data. And so we need to generate that hard data for good evidence-based responses. I worry that more non-evidence-based responses are getting out in our schools.
One of the things that I try to do is take a look at the information like a case study. I assigned one just past week, and I asked the student to do the case study. I did an okay job. Then I asked ChatGPT to do the case study. Input the information, ask the questions as prompts. It did a very good job. No references to what it was pulling from. So I put it into Bard, Google's product. It approached it differently. It said, I'm sorry, but I can't actually answer those questions. Those are questions that humans need to answer. Then I put it into, what's the other one? Bing. And Bing answered the questions and gave me references. So in looking at my assignments, I want to see how do the different generative software approach each of the questions, and what are the limitations that they should be aware of, and then do they actually answer the question, and then what is the human response to the answer. Instead of doing the case study, maybe we'll be focusing more on presenting the case study and explaining the rationale of why things happened the way they did.
So I have one that's very simple for you. How many of you have ever gotten sick and Googled it? It's terminal.
I died.
That's the problem. Garbage in, garbage out. We don't have any kind of parameters to guide us along this. And when you find out that you have a disease or you're diagnosed, it says seek a healthcare professional. The problem is it's multifaceted, and that phrase is going to go away. And a healthcare professional isn't a physician anymore. There's a whole array of people that can provide that specialized care. So we're going to be putting more information that's out there that will help get you to the right person. But when you get there, you don't have the questions to ask. You're going to come there and rely solely on that person, and we need to have a discussion about this. It's the patient-provider discussion, and that's what the foundation of healthcare is based on. We have the technology, we have the tools, but if you don't understand what's going on in your own body and making your decisions, you're never going to get better, because you're just going to go down the same road of being terminal every 2 days that you get online.
Sorry. Did you want to say any more? Did you want to say any more, Beverly, about the sort of the concern of artists being replaced by $20 a month subscriptions?
Yeah, so I think as we kind of segue back into education, the part that we'll probably end with, as we are all our educators up here. I worked on a digital art collage recently for an upcoming faculty exhibit, and I spent a couple weeks on just 2 pieces. I had a colleague of mine who's actually in business, and he heads one of the business programs at a local college, and he said, well, let me see what I can do. And so there's a lot of non-proprietary, of course, software that you can use, and I focus primarily on Adobe, and I don't use AI or generative AI for my digital art collages, but my partner and one of my former colleagues did, I think he used Imagine by Google. There's also Wall-E, or DALL-E 2, which is another really great realistic, photosynthesis image creation program. And he sent it to me and he said, here, this is what I did in 3 minutes. And I looked at that and I said, my goodness. One, it was, again, sometimes it catches you off guard, just, understanding this capabilities. But what I'm most concerned about is the value. And going back to these standards, we have to bring a sense of awareness of what the value implications are. So going back to the Coca-Cola example, what is the value of design by a designer, a human? We used to, our whole basis of our systems thinking is design thinking, and that's human-centered design. And artificial intelligence completely flips that. How do you apply human-centered design when you're using computer-assisted technology? Because certainly you can only get so far with understanding audience and empathy and things like that. So going back to the value of design, if somebody sees my digital art collage in the exhibit next to my colleagues who was done in 30 minutes, I wonder if the general public would be able to understand and see the difference, and then what would the value of my work that is truly original and done by my human hands and my craft, how is that going to match up to that was artificially generated? And so it is something to consider, because you devalue that, you devalue the work that we do. I think I'll to leave, in terms of how I'm approaching this from an educational aspect, is artificial intelligence will not replace digital artists or designers, but so we're not going to be erased, but we're entering into an era we need to be a new type of designer. And that's just, and Dr. Ferris mentioned earlier about partner, and we really do have to become almost a partner with artificial intelligence. We're unfortunately, I think, moving in a place where we're no longer just the creator, but we're more the curator. So, right, creator versus curator. And depending on what area of the applied arts, you might maybe be more impacted by others. But the designers that that we have coming, through our educational system right now, they are the evolving designers of the tomorrow. And we are going to have to embrace this technology because it's not going away. But we also have to make sure we have a strong foothold in really what is our place, within the creative arts and digital art. So.
Thanks, and that connects to my largest concern as well, which is about literacy. And the number one writing teacher is reading. The more we read, the better writers we become, because we internalize good writing. But if the projections are true that 90% of the internet content in the next 10 years will be AI generated, our younger generations are going to learn to write by reading what computers have written. And so often we're thinking that we're making computers more and more human-like. I think we're also making humans more and more algorithmic, more and more, and we're seeing research now about children making different kinds of associations than any children in the history of the world because of things like YouTube recommendations and algorithms. So obviously we could talk all afternoon about this. We're not going to. But I wonder if I could just steal another minute or so of the program to ask, does anybody have a sentence level piece of advice for students in their discipline? Mine is just going to simply be read more.
Sure, I'll go first. Become an expert so you can judge what you're getting and use it effectively.
The future is bright, and that's because nuclear medicine is scintillation, which means to produce light. So it's radioactive pun. The future is bright.
AI can help human resource professionals actually deal with human resources rather than administrative tasks.
I guess in information industry too, that being critical and evaluating information is never ever going to go away. And so it doesn't matter what tool you're using, you're still having to evaluate the information that you get.
Be curious, be interested, and be critical thinkers.
Thank you all. I'm sorry we didn't have time for Q&A, but you can look us up on the website and send us questions. Thanks. Have a great rest of your day.
We've got about 10 minutes before the next session. Did you want to do some Q&A, Lynn?
Sure.
If you wanted
everybody's
to.
able to stay. Great. Wonderful. I was hoping for this.
Looks like we've got a question up here, Lynn.
I was my English teacher 30 years ago, and I'm still trying to instill the love of literature. I love nothing better than to sit down with a good book. Where are we going to get good books with emotion, with just love of life, with just enjoying yourself? Where are the artists, the writers, these books going to be? We're programming students to do this. There's so much more out there. Where do we get the good books?
And just for those following on the stream, the question is, to summarize it, where are we going to get good books written with real human emotion in a world where AI can construct those books for us?
Good books, good music, good movies, good art, right? All of these sorts of things. And I think this goes back to Beverly's point about value. If we're essentially pricing people out of those things as careers. I think it was Clinton Black, the country musician, who, when he was talking about streaming services, said, you know, people will spend $4 for a fart app on their phone, but they won't spend 99 cents for a song that can change their life, right? So I think it's a very important question. I do believe, as a creative person myself, I will never stop creating, but the avenues for earning money from it do seem to be shrinking. So Beverly, I don't know if you want to add to that.
Well, before I returned back to Findlay to teach, I taught at a variety of different institutions, including community college and a for-profit college, which is very specialized and focused on vocation. And I think the one thing, can't speak for all the institutions, but here at Findlay, with a private liberal arts college, we have an emphasis still on the craft and still on the, holding tight, I think, to some of that traditional classic educational values. And so it's like for my art students, they still have to take art history. They still have to understand what, graphic design was built off of, traditional art movements. And they still have to build text with their hands, and they still have to create with their hands. So even though the program might be able to do it faster or quicker, or even come up with some interesting ideas that they could never think of, the idea is still to teach them those foundational bases and build that structure. Because again, with that technology always changing, you're gonna lose yourself in it very easily. But if you can come back to that base and that foundation, and if we can create that here, and it's not just about getting them out the door and ready for their first job, but really making sure that we're developing lifelong learners and understanding their discipline, even from a more classical traditional context. I think then they're gonna go a lot further, and they're not gonna lose sight of what you were mentioning about being automated robots, right? Like that doesn't feel like anything, that loss of humanization. So whether it's writing, literary, musical arts, visual arts, that's what we're hoping to facilitate and foster here. And that's, I think, the best that we can do as we ride this wave and see where it takes us.
Just considering how many books are published yearly and the joy that people do get from books, I don't think we'll have a problem where those will disappear soon, because you have the creators out there. And as long as you have creators for whatever area, for writing, for art, they'll be there.
Just to follow up on that, I realize I'm not moderating anything right now, but I have a microphone and a question, so why not? As part of the creative process, do you think that this can help level the playing field for people who may not, well, let's say I wanted to write a screenplay, which was actually an independent study I did when I was a student here, and it was an awful idea. But I didn't know how to even get started. Using AI and some prompts, say, hey, I want to write a screenplay, here are my characters, things like that, and using that as a jumping off point, do you feel that that's too much of the artificial intelligence writing it, or can it help people kind of get into that space?
So it is very exciting for those that maybe see themselves as less talented in that area of creative production, because they have this tool and it's very easy to use. And so it's exciting for those that might say, I'm not an artist, I'm not a writer, you know, and then you give them these tools and they're like, wow, okay, you know, maybe I can go somewhere with it. You know, so I do think in that aspect it does make the accessibility, right, and the possibilities there. But it also makes it, as I go back to that sense of value, it makes it more competitive, because now if it's just as easy, it's like everybody here has a phone with a camera. So what happened to digital photography? Everybody calls themselves a photographer now, right? Everybody's taking selfies, everybody's posting. You can do basic editing. Like I teach Photoshop, and it's like everybody knows how to crop an image. Everybody knows how to apply filters. Why? You know, that's something that, you know, I used to have to teach, and everybody knows how to do it because they've become accustomed to it. But now it's made it even that much almost difficult from a competitive aspect and industry aspect, because it's then like, okay, if everybody can do it, then why am I going to pay you to do it? You know, so there has to be, you know, again, that, I mean, and that's just the state that we are. We have to up our ante on one end, but then, you know, we also have to embrace the fact that more people are interested and more aware of what we're doing. Yeah. So, yeah.
And I will also add, taking the long view, we've had so many paradigm shifts throughout our civilized world. And in antiquity, writing was literally taught by copying. So someone would take a text that was considered a good text, and they would literally copy it word for word as a way of beginning to learn how to do the same. And then it began writing in the voice of, writing in the style, until eventually someone developed their own kind of authorial voice. We've gotten away from that because of the amazing access we've gotten throughout those centuries now since then. So we may end up returning to or going through to an entirely new paradigm. But certainly, right, if I don't need to hire a photographer for my wedding and I just have all my friends take pictures with their phones, we're good. Right? And that's the issue. And a quote I heard recently was that most of our concerns about AI are actually concerns about capitalism, right? And so when it comes down to production, it comes down to monetization and ownership, right? That these are not artistic questions or issues; they are ownership issues.
Yeah. Yes, and that means our economic system has to respond to the changes we're seeing. Our laws have to respond. Our ideas on intellectual property have to be updated.
And as a business faculty, we talk about first mover advantage and strategy. Adopting AI or ChatGPT, if you've adopted and your competitors haven't, your competitors will. Where is the first mover advantage after everyone's adopted it? It comes back to the human, and that's where it should be. It's a tool. It's not a be-all, end-all. It still has to be filtered by us until we hit that. What was that term? The singularity, when the machine starts asking the questions.
Very good. Lynn, time for any other questions?
Any other questions for the panel? Otherwise, we're thanking them very much with clapping our hands and then taking a couple minutes before the next session.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. And I believe that will bring us to our final part of the session.
That is correct, and I think Helen has a gift for each of the panelists there.
We do have, Helen has the box there with the orange tissue paper. And she's got some gifts for our panelists today, so thank you.
Right. And Doug, do I recall that you need to leave at 2?
I do, so I will hand this over to
I'm fine to do the
Lynn to
last
take
half
over.
hour.
Thank
And-
you all for having me today.
Well, and we want to say a special thank you to you, and I believe Helen has a gift for you as well, if I'm not mistaken. So thank you so very much for that. Thank you. Seriously, you were wonderful.
I appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Folks, we're going to go into the last half an hour. For those of you that are interested, we're going to be talking with businesses that have open positions for students and talking about the kind of skill sets you need to land those positions.
Wow, I'm going to tell Lance what this is next. You know, he may know.
Scott. Okay.
You know, old people
Yeah, well,
questions. Well,
both of you.
Doesn't matter.
The students.
We got the faculty meeting at 3:30.
Oh, take care. If there's any students. It's up to, and again, it's very informal. I know how it is. All right. I hope you found some value here. This part with the students, if anybody's looking for a job. There's a
well, I
few
have
of
no
us going to
jobs
dinner
today.
at the country club tonight at 5 if you and your significant other would like to join us. There's only going to
Okay.
be 10 of us maybe. It's up to you.
Okay, 5 o'clock. This kind of is your first.
Do you know Mark?
I know.
Mark, this is... And thank you for being here. Mark said that someone else from Whirlpool was coming.
Yep.
Hi, and you work alongside Mark. Are you involved in all the... Fantastic.
New equipment and help, I guess, make operational improvements or efficiencies within the plants. So.
Well, he was just telling me about Porsche and what you're doing there. I think that's so exciting with the consulting company.
Yeah, it's Whirlpool is always about continuous improvement.
I love it.
We make improvements, we become content, we find struggle, or we witness struggle, and then work to improve. So it's,
I think it's great. Absolutely.
It's nice to meet you.
Meet you. I hope you found value.
One of my eyes, and he was a bear.
If you decide to go, just let me know before you leave. I'll make a reservation. If you decide you want to do it.
I need to.
That's
I'm
fine.
almost sure I'm going to do it,
Okay.
but I don't.
Just let me know.
But I don't.
It's okay.
Okay.
It's very informal.
Let you know when, by when.
Whenever. 2 o'clock?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can send me a
Yeah, as soon as
message
this
or-
is over, I'm going to ask her if she wants to go.
Okay.
But if it's a bunch of IT folks,
Well,
I
it's going
think
to be
I
Mark
know.
and his wife and me and my significant other and Helen
Okay.
and Lauren Wagner and his
Okay.
wife and Jason. There's probably about 10.
Okay. Yeah, I'll find out as soon as this is over.
Okay.
Okay.
No problem. You taking off? Where's Miss Helen? Helen? Thanks again, Doug. You were wonderful. get started and get it kicked off?
I think we're pretty close, yeah.
Okay. You want
I mean, yeah, if they want to, I mean.
Okay. Yep. You want them all? Okay. Hello, folks. We're going to go into the last half an hour of our session today. And this is the session that's devoted to students and to businesses that have open positions. And we're going to be talking about what they may be looking for in employees and team members. So if you all are interested, anybody want to move more towards the front? Thank you for being in the front here. Please join us, and we're going to have a conversation with potential employers. Let me find a couple of folks here I need to find, and we'll get started. Helen? Right now. Okay. I was just wondering who else besides Centricom that might have positions open?
Oh, that's a good point. And
Who else is here? Yeah. I just want maybe. Okay. Do you want me to talk about any opportunities? Well, if you want to talk just a couple minutes about that, I'll talk about positions I have at Centricom. We'll open it up for conversation. Okay. Justin, do you have anything open at Tennessee schools or anything you would like to be able to share?
All right.
Is there
on this
anything
side
you'd
here?
like to share about what you look for?
Is this good? Where do you want us? No, that's okay. This side? You want us on this side? With the Finley in the back?
Pretty stable right now.
All right. You got all the elements together?
It's probably coming out by
Makes sense. It makes all kinds of sense. Thank you. All right, folks. At this point in time, this is the time it's informal, and we open up the floor for any of the students that are here that have questions about positions that are available or skill sets you think you may need. I will talk a little bit from Centricom's standpoint, my company. Mark is from Whirlpool. He's going to share just a few comments about things that they're doing out at Whirlpool, which is north here, a big factory north of here. Anybody else in the audience who are employers that would like to share anything that they may have available, we would welcome that as well. And I do know that there are a couple of positions also available here right at the university in the IT department. Since I'm on the board and kind of work with that group all the time, I think there are a couple of positions available there. So Mark, you want to just give a few comments, and then we want to open it up for any questions. Anything you might want to know about being employed in this market and future markets.
So Whirlpool, we're getting integrated with the manufacturing execution systems. So MES, so it's basically taking the data from that assembly line floor, basically generated from PLCs through the MES system, and then displaying it, collating it, basically making it usable data. So the MES is very growing field, not just in Whirlpool, but in manufacturing overall. So if you can kind of start getting your feelers about MES and learning about that, even PLCs. Josh over there is a controls engineer. I was a controls engineer. That's the basis of what that data starts coming from. So you start looking at the machines, the machine code and all that, and then you're ended up going through the MES, and then you're sending it to the databases where everybody can visualize and use that data. So that's I can give you guys any kind of input on that. The MES systems are growing exponentially as we move forward.
And that would be something out of computer science.
Oh yeah.
Insurance and
Yep.
how does it relate?
Yep. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
Does anybody have questions for Mark about the systems he's talking about? Any questions? How about any questions in general of what kind of personnel or team members he hires? Any questions along those lines that you'd like to know? Things are changing so rapidly that, go ahead.
Do you sponsor international students to do internship or like full-time, part-time job? Okay, yeah, thank you.
Helen has my contact information. Please reach out to her.
Whirlpool just sponsored?
We have not done that yet.
Oh, not
No,
done that,
but
Okay.
something we- yeah.
So the question for those in the room had to do with sponsorship, correct? And Mark indicated that that's not necessarily something they've done today, but that it would be something they would be willing to look at. And Helen has Mark's information. And also, I can brag a little bit about Mark. He is at Whirlpool. He's one of the IT leaders there. He's also on the advisory board for computer science, which is wonderful. I'm sorry. And an alum. So see how far you can go, and you have a great degree from a university like this, right? All right. Other questions? Happy to address them. Okay. Then what I will share with you, and that I'm very excited to share. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. My company is Centricom. As you can see, I have a full table of team members over there, so feel free to ask them questions about careers. At Centricom, we keep a rolling list of folks that we've interviewed, that we have resumes for, that we're constantly looking, because we never know when we might get a contract that comes in that we're going to have to backfill with talent and start all of a sudden, have them available. Okay, now, I will share from my perspective, we're working with a very large telecommunications company, and we're not sure yet what 2024 looks like. But in my budget, which we're working on right now, we are budgeting probably about 2 people per quarter to hire for next year in order to meet the demand of a contract we're expecting. Now, like any other company, I have to get the contract in order to go forward. And what ends up happening is you would be coming in at, of course, the entry level from the standpoint of learning, not in position, but as of learning. And then I would have key engineers that would be your mentor as you're learning. Fellas, Centricom fellas, raise your hands. So if anybody wants to know anything about security engineers, network engineers, cloud engineers, anything along those lines, that's what I hire. And I'm a company of 36 of us, and we're small, but we're powerful, and we work with global companies as well as small organizations as well. So there's going to be a lot of opportunity going forward from my position. For those of you that might be interested in putting in your resume, and again, we don't have anything available right today, but in the future, it's hr@centricom.net. hr@centracom.net. And it goes into the system. I see, but someone else manages that for us. And as I said, we are going to be growing next year, and there'll be a lot of different opportunities. And I welcome you talking to the different folks over there, okay? Because they can tell you what it's really like. And hopefully they don't say anything too bad. And I know, Leo, you're retired from Marathon, if I remember, and so is Dennis. If I remember correctly, Marathon is always constantly, robustly hiring, correct? And if I'm not mistaken, your job descriptions are on the Marathon website? Do I recall that correctly? Hold on just a second. I know this is Marathon, the big, it's in one of the global 50 companies, huge. You want to share just a little bit?
The IT positions are on the marathon.com.
You want to tell them?
The IT positions are on the marathon.com website. I'm not sure that's the right name anymore. It could be marathonpetroleum.com, but if you go out there and do a search, you'll find many IT positions. And their positions are across the country. They're not just Findlay, Ohio. Marathon has locations pretty much from coast to coast and north and south.
And the one thing I'll add, when I left Marathon, I managed a trading group, an oil trading group, and a lot of my best employees were former IT. Well, you were a service provider. If I hired you, then who would I use? But seriously, there are all kinds of jobs at a company like Marathon A former employer of mine was Procter & Gamble. There are all kinds of jobs that use people with IT skills that may not be classed as straight IT, if you will.
That's a really good point. Did everyone hear that? It's not only going into an IT department, it's across the entire company. They're going to be needing technical skills, data analytics skills, data analysis skills, just all sorts of skills from a technology standpoint. You need to be learning all that. All of you, or at least the majority of you, are what I call digital natives. You grew up with the smartphone and iPad in your hand. You don't know anything different. So just continue to learn and do the very best that you can. And positions are available, like in my company, which is a small company, global company, which is one of the Fortune 50 companies, as well as Whirlpool, which is in the Fortune, I think it's in the Fortune 500. So there's a lot of opportunity right here in Findlay, Ohio, Hancock County, if indeed you want to stay in this region or in Northwest Ohio. One other thing I would suggest to you, in the state of Ohio, we really like students that go to the various universities to stay here. If you go out to the website called Jobs Ohio, do a Google search and go out there, they have a career page for all kinds of jobs available throughout the state of Ohio. And with the new Intel plants that are being put in down near Columbus, as was mentioned earlier in the conversation today, they are definitely looking and wanting folks to be skilled so that they can work in those two plants. And it's not manual labor like you normally think of it. It is going to be more high-tech use of equipment and different things like that as well. So if that has an interest to you, check out Jobs Ohio. And there'll be a list of careers available in the entire state as well. Does anyone have any particular questions or anything else? Because we're coming to the end of the almost 2:30. We have about 10 minutes. And Helen, anything else for the students?
We have an artificially intelligent robot over here. We also have an old-fashioned robot. We're not sure quite what the difference is yet. But if you want to see a demonstration of the robot, Jackie's been playing with it, so he will show you our new puppy pie robot. So
A puppy pie.
You can stop by and see and look at the.
If anybody wants to see a puppy pie robot, whatever that is, I guess they're going to be doing a demonstration. For those who are upstairs that might not have heard it, but of course you might have the best view up there. So you go ahead and do that. And then as you're doing that, we are wrapping up this year's forum, our 22nd annual information forum. I have several things just to real quickly wrap up. We want to say thank you again to our sponsors. We want to say thank you to UFTV. We want to say thank you to UF Catering and UF Computer Science Support. We want to say thank you to Jason for helping us with the website, Brett with marketing. There's so many people. Also, for all of you, Findlay Hancock County has a young professionals group, and that is Brittany over there at the table. It is, I believe, 40 and under? So if you are interested in getting involved in the community, learning about and being involved with actual folks in the community that are working, not just in IT, but across all industries, see Brittany. She'll give you information about Findlay Young Professionals. It's really a good way to get started networking. You meet lots of people from lots of different companies, and I believe it's 40 and under. So wanted to make sure we gave them a plug and get you involved, because one of the key things that you want to do as young people, when you get a job, you also want to look at how you're going to give back to the community. That's going to be really important. Being involved in something like Young Professionals is important as well. Okay? So check out and talk to Brittany. Want to say thank you to the Chamber. Those folks, they did a great job in helping us with social media and registration. Want to say, we already said thank you to Doug. And a couple more things. Ideas for next year. If you have any ideas of our theme, it has to be where the world's going, not where the world is today. So if anybody has any ideas, bring them forward to Helen and me. Our next date is October 30th, 2024. And there are evaluations. We'd love to hear from you. In your packet, there is an evaluation. There's a QR code. We would really appreciate having that information. If you want to, and you can put ideas in there for next year if you want. We would really appreciate your feedback because it helps us every year be better. So as we wrap up, thanks to all the speakers. We're grateful for all of you, and have a joyous, joyous rest of your day, and we appreciate you being here. Thank you, everyone. Do you have anything else you want to say?
I think we wrap it up because I think people are starting to drift. So okay. Let's wrap it up. Okay?
Yep. Thank you. It's all of us. It's teamwork. It is.
It is indeed.
I hope they do the evaluations.
I hope so. Yeah. Hopefully so.
Now, I'm sure this thing.
That one, yeah. And then you just hold it down so it's not.